basically we came to the conclusion that we should meet with the Parator, the leader of a neighboring territory, the Parator that the leader of the current territory that we're in wanted us to gather evidence against, and Exodus went and gathered information, just did general research at a sort of a HoloNet um, uh, calf, uh, whatever you want to call it, restaurant or whatever, and basically found that there was some rumors of the Parator, what do you call it? Using government resources to achieve a personal agenda, but it's sort of accusation and nothing officially confirmed. And the um, the territory of this current territory that we're in, whose son we saved, basically, she told us that she would provide support for the resistance, not only from her territory but her allies, if we gathered incriminating evidence on this other leader, and in order for her to use for her own agenda in achieving a higher office, basically. But then veiled a threat, basically, that if word got out of her intention that she would do, that she would be certain that we would see opposition, basically. So, but with the information X gathered, we decided to make contact with the office of this other Parator. The representative of the office there asked us to provide transponder codes, and they would provide a landing pad at the sort of capital city of this other territory, as well as a driver to bring us to the office to meet with the Parator this afternoon. And of course, timing and all that kind of stuff. Basically, it'll all flow as it needs to for the RP to flow naturally. So that's where we're at. And so the two craft leave the start to lift off from the landing pad here at the what do you call it, the administrative building. Man, I'm losing my words here. I had a name for it, but like a sort of civic administration building, basically, of uh, the capital city of the Cartan territory. So I want, let's see, Garen would be in the upper seat, or no, he'd be in the forward seat. That's right, as the pilot. And Ator would naturally take her spot in the co-pilot seat.
Wait, why?
That's the way it's been the whole time. Like every time we fly this thing, it's always Garen in the pilot seat, Ator in the co-pilot seat.
Only when we're in combat or something like that. If we're going from one place to another, you don't need my help.
Uh,
So she'd be in the background meditating when she's not needed.
well, the thing is that,
Twirling her leg.
Yep,
but
gotta meditate.
uh, typically whenever we take off or anything, that's you're in the co-pilot seat. Like the only time that you're ever out of the co-pilot seat when we're traveling is like when we're on autopilot, like in hyperspace mode, basically.
Yeah.
And it's typical practice that when you're piloting a craft, it's pilot co-pilot in their spots until
Yeah,
until
Ator.
so.
Yeah, typical.
All right, so I want each of you to do a perception check, and make it an upgraded average perception check. So
Go on, X.
X, you go first.
Okay, give me a time getting in, moving my camera and stuff around to get in position better.
Sure.
Alright, let's see.
So it'd be perception and one purple, or one difficulty and one challenge.
Oh, perception. And then 1 difficulty. 1 shoot. All right. Here we go. Oh, dang.
Okay. All right. All right. Kason, Ator's turn.
All right.
Ooh, okay. Interesting roll. All right. So, Ator.
Wait, Garen's not gonna roll?
I guess I can roll for Garen too before I do this here. All right. Perception. Wow, I have less perception than you guys. Jeez. Not as.
You're not very perceptive, right?
I-
Or you
Yeah.
would have noticed that earlier. That's why it took you this long to notice that.
Go meditate.
Okay. All right.
Get some better perception, buddy. Ator's meditating day and night.
All right. So.
Oh yeah.
As the two craft are starting to lift off from the landing pad, Garen, actually I'll basically, since Ator got the higher success, we'll do it from Ator's perspective. And so as we're lifting off, we see some tech crew sort of working around the noble blade, and see one of them looking up at our two crafts and looking, kind of up at the Ardent, and we see him looking very specifically, and he's talking into something in his hand. And as he sees Ator, kind of they make eye contact for a second, he kind of averts his eyes and sort of subtly tries to drop his hand to his side and kind of look like he's inspecting something on the landing gear or whatever he's close to on the noble blade, essentially. So what would
How far away is he?
let's see, this distance based on, I think he would be, because he'd be kind of toward the front of the noble blade. I think he'd be medium range. So
He's medium range. I wanna. Where is it?
do you have range upgrade?
Um.
So yeah, you do have medium range right there. Just
No.
spend a force point to increase the power strength. So you want to try and
No, that's short range.
no, it
I don't-
says oh wait,
Sense living things in short range. Sense
engaged.
emotional state of engaged.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Same thing for the current thoughts engaged. So this will only increase it to short range.
Okay.
But
I don't
that's
think
right.
that's medium range
Then I can
anyway,
do
Gabe.
medium range.
You don't think
I don't think it's
So-
medium range anyway, because from the human distance, if they were working here, I mean, that's definitely with working around the mechanics. As this started to raise, that's definitely short range.
But he was up here, up here.
Still, I mean,
You think
that's
you think that'd be short range?
look at the size of the human. This is I mean, look at the circular disc here. Look how big short range is
Well,
on this map.
that's more of
Just-
it's an abstract
Yeah,
concept.
that's abstract. That's not
actual
accurate.
distance.
Well, it's not engaged range, but I wouldn't consider it I wouldn't consider it a long far away. But that's fine. Whatever. You're the GM,
yeah.
buddy.
Yeah, no,
Why
I
don't
was.
you
Alright.
go?
I
Why
would
don't you go
think
somewhere?
So Ator will mention looks like a possible spy on a.
Garen would kind of, look the sort of kind of happen to look the direction Ator was sort of indicating and see the same, or happen to be looking the same place basically, and catch the same thing just fleetingly, and say, Yeah, looks like they're watching us for sure. We need to be wary. And Garen would flip on the comms and communicate over to X to make sure that the whole team was aware. Basically, looks like somebody down on the landing pads watching us.
Makes total sense. There must be some other stuff going on here.
Yeah, I agree. Make sure you keep your eyes open though. We don't know why they're watching us exactly.
All right. Well, I'm gonna fly close formation to you.
Acknowledged. Garen would flip off the comms and then, sort of follow the course that was provided to them via the representative from the other office. So now I gotta move some stuff here. Take the Noble Blade off the board.
Blade.
Oh, we crashed somewhere. Where are we?
We're in an alternate universe on some game board land. Being GM'd by some kind of dude. Who has
there's
no...
a giant hand. Watch
He's
out.
got no perception.
All right, so as I'm not gonna move these just yet. So I've got this for I gotta wait for it to load for you guys, because I can actually see the percentage in the upper right corner.
I'll watch my computer will crash from this trying to load.
Hope not. Pings.
Thank you for playing. Oh, wow, this is loading.
Oh, I see a chick in the middle of the board. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
Oh, Kason's. Wow, that's weird. It didn't actually show the percentage move for me. It just showed it go away. So you can see it now, right, Kason?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, now.
For a while there, I didn't even see a percentage either. All I saw was this chick in the middle of the board here.
Chick?
Yeah,
oh,
I don't see a woman.
Shoot! I left the token for Parator Fendril sitting on. I totally forgot her pawn was there.
I said, "Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi."
Behold my powers of teleportation. So what the hell are you doing here?
What? You followed us. Been watching.
So as we make our way following the course, we see the planet, overall is pretty much like sort of temperate climate. Forests are a combination of sort of leafy trees as well as some sort of needled trees and a lot of sort of fields and pastures and things of that nature, and we fly over a body of water. That's very, very large, basically a sea. And then on the edge of this sea, we see a large, very kind of metropolitan city, and follow the landing directions to bring us to the starport of this city, which we were informed is Thanatan City. The starport here has several landing pads as well as a central tower. So we make our approach and set down on landing pads. Now I gotta load another board.
The hometown of Thanos.
Wait, here we go. All right.
Now we're gonna start intersecting universes.
Yeah, it's all Disney owned, so it's okay.
A man in an iron suit. Yeah. A man in an iron suit just flies in and lands right in front of us.
Matt,
and then he corrects us that it's not actually iron, it's mental health.
Matter, you think what I'm thinking?
Yeah, you gotta get me one of those.
All right, so we follow directions and sat down at a couple of the landing pads. And Matt, since you are in control of the flare, I'll let you decide which pad you want to set down on.
Sorry, I was looking into other things by listening to your narrative.
Yeah, no problem.
Where are the pads at? Okay.
So it's over here.
Oh.
Da-da-da-da. And we approached from like this direction, so I mean, it really doesn't matter, how you want to set the ship down, because you can really maneuver it how you want to, and it's got vertical landing. Whoa! You actually what the heck did you do? The front of it's nose down.
I'm just letting it go now. I don't know what I did.
What in the world? That's crazy.
Actually, no. I don't want to park there.
Oh, rough landing.
Just gotta drop it.
Suffer 19 strain.
19 system. The wing of the ship just
You broke
falls
the
off.
landing gear.
It just implodes. I look at you. We have an extended 2-second period stare, and I just go on and live without me, and then I die. Fun playing this game, guys. I'll see you later.
It was a terrorist attack.
Oh.
Now I'll be playing as Spawn.
No.
It was a trap.
Of course, go with the Mon Calamari stereotype. Oh, all right. I really got to make some non-combat forms of our pawns, so it doesn't look like we're just walking around with our sabers out,
I just want the one, like I said. I just want the one.
Basically,
picture where it's just her with her arm hooded. I don't care about the non-hooded forms. Or no, not the non-hooded. These ones. I don't care about the ones without the robes.
Mm-hmm.
Those first three. Yeah, first three I don't care about. I just want the last ones, the last four, and one that's like this, where she's hooded and everything, but with her arms, with her hands not showing.
Right, like kind of crossed in front of her. Yeah, crossed in front of her, hands tucked into the sleeves, basically.
Yeah, hands hidden.
Yeah, gotcha. All right, okay. So as we sort of sat down, Garen, turns to Ator and says, "We need to be wary and cautious." Wait, that means the same thing. Scratch that.
All right, let's be wary and
need to be the redundant Department of Redundancy. Yeah, I said it twice because I mean it twice as much.
We should be concerned, wary, cautious, fearful, present-minded of what's happening here. Hesitant, if you will. Prepared for anything.
Garen would turn to Ator and say, "We need to stay very alert here. We don't know what this
be vigilant.
intentions are.
We must remain vigilant."
And as
Ator just nods at him.
Okay.
And falls behind.
All right. So as we head into the main sort of cabin, Garen turns to Spondaz and asks him to. Spondaz, what I want you to do is go over the ship during however much time you've got while we're meeting with this Parator, and just double check everything that Lady Fendral's technical team did. I want to make sure that we don't have to worry about any kind of sabotage while we're conducting ourselves here. And Spondaws would nod and say, I'll give it a good
says,
look.
"Okie dokie, Captain, I got this. Some bugs in the system, we'll find them."
So, and he would ask
Time to put on the music. Doot, 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 doot.
I'm actually
Time to get jiggy with it.
I'm gonna make that narrative that Spondaws would flip on that music because that seems a very Spondaws thing to do. And he would ask Spondaws if he'd be willing to look over X's ship as well if X was receptive. And Spondaws would kind of hesitate for a second and nod and say, well, I don't know exactly how thorough I can give two ships a look. It just depends on how much time you give me. And Garen would say, well, let me check with X, but just do what you can if he agrees. And Spondaws would nod. And Garen would raise X on the comm and say, everything looking all right over there?
Well, X would respond with, actually, I have some weird system issues. Something's not working right. When we landed, I didn't have these problems, so apparently they're not really good at dealing with our type of technology. No rush. Have him handle your ship first, but if he finds time, I would love for it.
Okay.
For some assistance over here from Spondaz's little self.
Garen would respond, all right, I'll have him come over and take a look as soon as he's able. And, be a nod of acknowledgement between Garen and Spondaws, and then Garen would turn to Ator and ask, you ready to head out?
She says, "Lead the way."
All right, so Garen would set the lower the loading ramp and proceed out the loading ramp onto the edge of the docking pad, and as they sort of step out, he would turn to look toward the flare and kind of wait for a moment for X to make his way out so that they could all proceed as a group. There's some of those malfunctions he was talking about. Ship just kind of hops up. There's a weird hydraulic bounce.
You broke the gears. Broke the landing gear.
While that's happening, the theme music for All My Friends Have Lowriders starts playing. What's this strange music? From the future.
From the future. The past is our future is our past.
A long time into the future. In a galaxy far, far away.
All my friends have low spacecraft.
Except it being like alien lyrics.
Yeah, be sung in like some kind of weird Huttese language or something.
So, as X sort of makes his way over, and the party kind of moves as a group.
Sup, dog? So, homie. Orale vato.
Sup, ho? Me?
No, I don't talk to you. You're stuck up and meditating.
Stuck up and meditating. Whoa.
Oh, gee. He fell off. She trips over Garen as they walk.
Alright, so, as, shoot, you know what I didn't do? I didn't bring in a token for a speeder, so we'll just have to sort of theater the mind this. I meant to do that, actually, but I forgot to.
How dare you.
So as they sort of make their way out of the ships toward the main sort of entrance to the spaceport, they're greeted by an individual in fairly nice attire, somewhat um, giving the impression of not being um, too fancy, but nicely dressed. Essentially, very sort of official representatives, sort of looking um, attire. And you could ask um, if this was the if we were the representative or the off-worlders that had contacted the Parator's office, and Garen would nod and say, "Yes, I am Garen Farstride, and this is Ator and Exodus."
My super team of super buddies.
I need to watch that movie again. Love that movie. um,
Wait, what
Super
movie?
Squad.
it's Mystery Men.
Oh, jeez, it's been so long.
It's worth the watch.
It's always a fun one to watch. All right. Oh shoot! By the way, if you guys, I think we've got it on Matt's thing, but we all should have 10 XP from our last session. So go ahead and add that to your available XP. I think.
I
Did
didn't
I
do
add?
anything.
Did you guys add it to mine at all, or?
I think we did.
I don't remember because I had to leave when you guys were finishing your conversation, working
Right.
everything out here. I did. Is this what you gave me last time, or is this from leftover, or what?
I think that's what I gave you from the last session. 'Cause
Okay.
I think you had
Okay.
invested all your experience. And Kason, I see what you were saying as far as the total XP. So we will just roll with that.
All right.
So,
So 10 more points.
yeah, add 10 more to your available, or add 10 total, basically. So, and I'll have to I'll have to do all my calculations at some point. But all right,
You should have the same as him. You should have received the same amount of XP through the entire game.
well, not necessarily because his
No, because
starting
there's bonus
race.
points to different players. Like I think you got bonus points time before last.
Yeah. Sometimes you get bonus points for different things. And some character. Well, I don't know. Have I ever given Ator? I think I've given you bonus points once or twice for different actions.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And I think you've given Garen bonus points without Athor too.
Yeah.
It's just
so,
like sometimes it depends on like if we get triumphs and stuff like that too.
Yeah. So I'll just have to go through and look at like ranks, and like I'll have to go back from like character creation and moving upward, but it'll be all right. So at any rate,
Yeah.
so as we land, just want to look at something here. Just want to. Yeah, no, I don't have anything in there that'd be work for this. So yeah, we'll just theater of the mind, this sort of thing. All right. So anyway, the person that's meeting us there at the landing pad would say, "It's nice to make your acquaintance. I am Farron." I'm just having to spitball a name off the top of my head here.
Weeniswonk. Hey, it's alien. Don't make fun. Racist.
I am Farron Torrell, and I will be your driver to
Lord,
take you
Lord
to
Weeniswonk.
to take you to
As
the.
long as he doesn't say "ahoy, matey."
Ah.
Gar, I be giving you alien.
um.
Are we be seagoers?
This became a very
Isn't this place like wasn't there ocean or water?
It
on
is
the
it
left
is
side of the
yeah,
map
it
there?
is a sea town, but yeah, no, it's not.
So it's a port.
Don't make this a pirate thing. This isn't a pirate thing. It's not. It's not. There are space pirates in Star Wars, but that's not what we're dealing with right now. All right. So at any rate, so the, he says, yeah, it's welcome to the territory of Halbigard. And Garen would, bow and say, thank you very much for your help. And so he would lead the group over to a speeder, and sting it. Give me 1 sec, because it's gonna bother me to do this without a token. So let me see if I can throw something together real fast. Actually, I think I know where I might be able to get something together here.
You don't need it. Well, I mean, you can just put like a coin like this right here. Just put something like that on the map there, and then just send us a picture. Or tell us
Well,
what they look like.
like I said, I think I have something I can get to fairly quickly. So give me 1 sec here.
Because I'm fine with just Theater of the Mind doing this.
Yeah, I know. But there's a sort of a gameplay element that has to do with the visual of the map and stuff that I had in mind.
Gotcha.
So that's one of the reasons I'm kind of, wanting to do this.
Somebody came unprepared.
Yeah, I know. I at least I actually got the map done this time.
Touche. It's called progress.
Yeah. Getting better and here and there every so often. Let's see. Oops.
I'm gonna go take a piss while you do that.
Okay, that works.
This is a good time for a bathroom break.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea.
Hey, Gabe.
Yeah.
Can you do me a favor and copy Spondaz's backpack thing? This one right here. It's a modular backpack.
Okay.
And let me have that card, and then I'm going to purchase the little upgrades to it real quick. And this one's worth $50. For $50.
Yeah, I'll let you do that little retcon.
Okay, so you can remove this for me, and then it'd be 15 more, plus the 3 upgrades, 50, 50, 40, 45, plus 60, minus 60. Come on. Let's see. 49. Nope, 40. 40. And then it'll be fully upgraded.
Okay. Yeah, actually, this will work out good. Objects, components. Or actually, we'll just copy this. Custom. And documents. It's funny, watching the stream, people are going to get a little bit of a... I gotta find out which ones I want to use name-wise. A little bit of a preview into the GM side of things.
Right.
So, I didn't think about that. You've actually gotten little snippets of that from when you've reviewed the
I've
stream.
watched some of the playback so I could see what you were seeing, and it's a lot different from your angle than from what I see.
Yeah. figured that would be the case. Okay, so it's the SP-SR X40, and the Mob Flare S.
You know, I wanted to talk to you about this. I do have this force power down here. I'll move it to the front so you can read it. This manipulate.
Yeah.
It says commit one of my, I guess, force die or whatever, or one of my things. It says one damaged weapon or item counts as being undamaged.
Ooh, that's cool. It's a good
Yeah.
one to keep in your back pocket because, like, things can happen, like, disabling a weapon or destroying or damaging a weapon.
I thought that was pretty cool. That's why I went ahead and sprung for the 5 XP on it because it was it's pretty cool. And then the basic one is manipulate basic power. This is the force user shapes machine components on a molecular level, allowing him to damage mechanical systems.
Why did it?
I saw that.
Why did it do that?
I don't know.
Hang on. I'm trying to figure out why. Is it the image size? Properties? Details? Maybe it's too small. Game doesn't like it when it's too small.
I think I just lost the lights.
Lost the what?
The lightsaber?
Oh.
I was looking at it and then it just went shroom.
Hang on.
See? Where would it have gone? Where did they go? Did I somehow drop it under something else?
You might have dropped it off the.
Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. Somehow I dropped it to the other side of the known universe.
Okay, Alright, let's try the skin. Custom. Whoa. That was interesting. We're gonna shrink
Something
that
happened.
down. Yeah, just the token that I just created, like, I guess based on the what you call it, the shoot, which one was it? Based on the size of the token that I copied, it just came in kind of crazy. Okay. What? Why?
I dropped an image of my of the dragoon that I've been drawing in the stream.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
I've been messing with it in free time.
Is that something you're wanting changed on the card?
Oh no! I'm not gonna go through the trouble of all that. It's just it's stuff for me. Just.
Oh, okay, just
Yeah, just having
around.
fun and messing around with that stuff.
Cool. So this won't exactly be to scale, but and I don't have a token for the driver, but it's gonna be okay. There we go. And once Kason gets back, let's see here.
You guys back?
Yep. We are back.
Oh damn, we're riding in style.
Yeah, I know. You like that, huh? All right. So, got that. Are we? You guys both set? Ready to continue?
Yep.
All right. Matt, are you set?
Oh, sorry. I was literally talking and I'd muted my mic. Yes, I'm good to go.
Okay. Let's see. I need to change the name of this. Let's see.
Exodus is a big fan of the Wedding Crashers. Shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
Let's see.
Or mute your mic when you're talking to me.
Yeah.
All right. I'm doing GME things over here. Okay. So as we hop into the fairly nice open top speeder with our driver Farron Terrell, we he sort of very sort of wanting to do like a smooth ride basically, so a nice smooth takeoff, sort of steady takeoff, and he is pulling away from the starport and sort of maneuvering into the streets. The streets are wide enough for a speeder or two. It's kind of like 2-lane streets, but it's a very condensed sort of metropolitan area. And so as we're driving along, he's asking, like how long have we been, here on Adamar, and commenting on how surprising it is to have off-worlders, here, especially meeting with Parators, because they don't typically enjoy having off-worlders here on the planet. And so as he's kind of making sort of idle chit chat, we pull sort of into the more condensed part of the street. Um, let's see. Ator and X, I want you both to do perception checks once again. And make them hard checks. Well, yeah, make them an average check with a setback die. We'll do it that way. So whoever wants to go first.
Let me get into position. Kason, you want to go first, buddy?
Oh, sure. Okay. Let me check something real quick.
Whoa. Whoa.
All right.
All right.
Weird. What are we checking again? Sorry.
Doing a
Brain farted.
perception
That's
check.
right.
All right.
2 difficulty,
Yeah.
1 setback.
2 difficulty, 1 setback. And you can just roll what's there unless you want fresh dice, because you both have the same perception. So that's literally going to be the same exact roll. Wow! Completely neutral roll. That was crazy.
Better than bad.
Yeah, this is true.
Better than bad.
All right.
Just not paying attention to what's going on.
Okay, so Kason, we're gonna do it this way. You're gonna take 1 strain from that threat, and I'm going to narratively say it's because as we're sort of proceeding down this street in the speeder at a sort of
Wait, something's off here. What the hell? Oh. No, something's off here. What the hell? Where's the other difficulty die? That's weird.
It fell. It fell out of the thing when you rolled. It
Outside
collided
of the
with
thing,
one of the other die and landed outside.
I was like, wait a second, something's off on the calculations here.
But yeah.
Well,
all right. So
okay.
So what you get 1 strain because as we are, like I said, proceeding down this street, you feel through the force a sudden sense of urgency, and a threat. Aha!
By the way, where did we get the ride here?
Were you not listening when I said that we were met by our driver once we offloaded off the ship and we're headed out?
His name was
the driver then?
Lord Weenus.
I don't have a token for him. So I don't have token for really a lot of what's about to happen. So just
my bad. I'm a little slow here then, because I thought we were pausing for a moment so that you could get tokens for the people who we greeted. And then I get back, and all of a sudden we're in a speeder, and there's nobody here.
It's not. Sorry, I guess I didn't clarify. It's not a token for the person that was greeting us as a token for the speeder, basically. So.
Gotcha.
So, as well as your triumph counts as a success. So, as you feel this urgency, you feel the sort of direction of threat through the force, right? And this sudden, jolt, basically, that's what causes the strain of the stress.
Narratively,
remember, triumph. The triumph also gets added to the points for successes, so it's kind of neutral actually, but it's like a bonus. It's like a bonus thing. Triumph.
Well, no. What I'm saying is the triumph is a success, as well as added benefits. So it's
Sweet.
because you got the triumph. It's not a failure. It's actually a success, because there were no failures to cancel it out. Um,
All right.
so
And
or
it narratively, me not having any response sense due to the fact that I'm partially shut off from the force right now.
right. But this is
For the most part. So me not having any perception of what's going on.
true. Yeah. So as you turn to see the where you're sensing, where the sudden threat sort of sense comes from, you turn and see four black speeders with individuals that are clad in sort of black attire, and their faces are sort of covered with sort of mask helmet type things. You see them sort of pull out of alleyways and things, just kind of out of nowhere, into what looks like a formation behind our speeder.
Um.
Now, how do you want to?
uh,
What I was going to say is, how do you want to spend the sort of narrative aspect of that triumph? Or you can spend it in a gameplay aspect as well. Um,
Okay, so I'll let you guys go with whatever you think would be more fun. Uh, one, um, I'll pull out my lightsabers.
mhm,
Uh, say watch out behind us, and turn on my source. There's my sensibility to get ready for in case it's combat that we're about to get into.
mhm.
Or two, I could flip a destiny coin, and we could have something like somebody come and crash into them or something, and at least like mess up some of them a bit.
Well, okay. So here's what we'll do
Just
based on that.
some kind of accident occur to them, basically.
Okay, so um, it is your triumph, so I will let it be your call. I will say that it will either be, we will make your your turn the first turn in the initiative roll. However it comes out, like we'll just start the order wherever your name pops up in it once we do the initiative roll. Or we can do the narrative thing that you were just talking about, and if you use the triumph and the destiny point together, then it will eliminate. I'll do a roll, and it will eliminate at least one, if not two of them.
All right, does it sound good to you, X? Huh? I'm at.
I'm good.
You want to flip a destiny point? All right, flip the destiny point. Say
Okay.
some kind of accident is going to occur that in our benefit.
Okay.
Be
So
creative with it. Come on, Gabe.
so as we're cruising along, and we sort of move past this point, and they've been following us, and they start to jockey into a more sort of, you can tell they're closing ranks basically. The All of a sudden, a large garbage carrier speeder backs out of this alleyway, and literally like just mashes the back two speeder bikes into the building, like right next to them. I mean, just like it looks like the driver of the garbage hauler just like cranked on the controls. Maybe he's a new driver or something like. But I mean, he just nails those two back speeders, and there's this loud commotion, sparks and sort of explosion everywhere as the two speeders crunch into each other against the wall, and sort of
I just imagine.
arcs and
I just
flames.
imagine this guy putting on his wireless headphones, and he's got himself like a hot form of tea, and he's like, "All right, let's back up," and drops it all over his lap and kicks his foot and goes, "Oh God!" And then it just guns it out of the alley.
We'll go with that because that fits really well with what you just said. So these two speeders just gone, just mashed by this massive metallic garbage. I don't even have to move those. I just delete them and get rid of them. All right, so and that has.
So now we're all hearing a big, crash behind us.
We do the cartoon version of the what?
Right. So we see this, and then since you used your triumph and the destiny point for that, now we're gonna do an initiative roll, and we're going to eliminate 2 of the enemy NPC
It's more
initiative
fun that way.
pucks here. Yeah, I agree. I like that option. So, all right.
That was good.
So here we go. Initiative roll. Oh, nice.
Good.
Okay. All right.
Good
So,
idea. Good idea. At
yeah. Very well.
That
Very
wasn't
well done.
Ator, that was Destiny. There's a Destiny point. Look at the Destiny point.
It
And now it's flipped over, so now it can be used against us.
It was the movement of the and I'll do this too, Kason. Go ahead and remove that strain. So we'll say that part of the triumph kind of
All right.
As you know.
I'd be willing to say the strain was from the loud noise behind us.
Well,
It's like, that was loud.
Since you used a destiny point, like I'm just kind of like equaling it all out basically.
All right.
So
Sounds good.
all right. So now we're down to these 2 assailants and yeah. So it's been alerted. And as the 2 behind are sort of crashed into the wall. We all kind of turn, like even the driver kind of looks over his shoulder like, what the heck was that, kind of a thing. And all of a sudden the other 2, you see them draw blasters and they start just sort of the whole shock of the moment caused them to sort of fire wildly. So their initial shots.
No, I was gonna say narratively for their initiative is they got distracted too from that.
Yeah. So it does
They
rattle
had
them.
to look behind them to see what happened to their buddies.
So it does rattle them, and so they draw blasters from their hips, and because they're rattled, their first shots are just very wild. But it's essentially it alerts the group that these guys are have harmful intent toward us. So, they have pulled up right on the tail of our speeder, and so first round, what does well, remember the names, we don't necessarily have to go in the order of the names there. That's just player spots. So whoever wants to take the initial turn, if
Well, it
any
makes
of you.
sense because it makes sense to take turns in this order because like like we're in the back end, we're closer to them.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. So, and there
well,
is.
and I think that makes sense if you think about the form of the triumph and the destiny point. If you think it in the context, yes, the cool garbage truck came out smashed, and as we all heard, they looked back as they'd fired and missed, and they saw their buddies had died, and as they turned back, we're already in position. So, I guess I'll go first. What I would do is I would pull my blaster as an incidental.
All right. Oh,
so they're short range of us, right?
Do you have that talent?
Yeah.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll show you. Hold on.
The Tara Striker. Oh, quick draw. Nice.
Yep.
Nice. Okay.
Pull my blaster as an incidental.
Okay, so now you have
then
1 free maneuver.
I would then try to lock on target and fire.
Okay, so you're aiming, so that adds a boost die, and then roll for your pistols in blaster or pistol configuration, right?
No,
this is short range.
I have heavy due to the fact that it's that's my ability.
Well, what it says is converting the Dragoon from a carbine to a pistol takes maneuver and changes the weapon's combat skill from ranged heavy to ranged light. So,
okay, well then I guess that'll be what I do is convert it from pistol to blaster, and then fire.
Okay, so are you using the maneuver to do that instead? And not
I
aim?
guess I'll.
Now you
can
you can take 2 strain and add a maneuver if you want.
No, I'll just fire. I'll just try it. I'll just convert it and fire.
Okay, so go ahead and do. Let's see. And actually, they're within like short range, so
they should be in engaged range if they're in the back of our speeder.
well, you can't really reach out and touch them quite. Like they're kind of
Okay, so short,
back
short.
corner, so it'd be short range, which would be easy check.
Anything else?
No, I think that'd be all right for now because it's all kind of tight quarters, and yeah, they're trying to get in position to be able to ensure their shots as well as they can.
All right.
Yeah, they
Here
are
we go.
individual, so um,
I guess okay. Then what I'll do is I'll take. I guess I'll be aiming for the first NPC. I'm not actually aiming, but you know what I mean.
yeah,
Because
you'll
if
be
you're
going
gonna,
for
if they're
the
individual,
yeah. So that'd be I guess that'd be the one on. We'll just say that's the one on your side of the speeder, so
okay.
the left side here. So
Yeah.
all right, and hang on one sec. 2 successes, 1 threat.
Nice.
Okay, so take that threat as a strain.
So,
Um,
I already had 2 strain for some reason. Why did I have 2 strain?
The crash landing.
I don't know why I already had 2.
Well, go ahead and clear it. Go ahead and clear it because I think that was left over from something. All right.
Oh, okay. So I have one strain now.
Okay, and hang on, I gotta get something. Gotta get. What is it?
Gotta get that boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, gotta get that boom.
That was random.
Okay. Oh, good. All right. Okay. So it's a success. 2 successes. So what's the damage on your blaster?
Damage is 8.
Okay. So that'd be 10 total. All right. So so you wound the first one. Wait, let me double check one thing here. Just wanna... Okay. Actually, yeah, you managed to hit that one. Like a good solid hit. And he is. Well, you eliminate him, so you can describe how you eliminated him since it was your success.
All right. So after the calamity, and I noticed my first presumption was, oh, accident. As the firing took place, even though it was a wild shot, it still formed me and Ator in the back of what's going on. And as I made a quick grab toward my pistol and turned it into my heavy blaster, I took quick aim fast as I could, squeezed it, and I was able to shoot the throttle on the side of the speeder and caused it to go into a weird accelerated side spin, caused it to crash into the side of this building.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Now, what happens to what happens to the speeder and the driver? Kind of.
As the speeder crashes into the side, as everybody's progressing, speeder crash. The speeder is ripped into many pieces, and the driver flies through the air until he hits a wall and is.
All right. So now that one is eliminated. So we're down to 1. And I'm going to now after 1 round, we have moved up to this point here, and we've sort of emerged into sort of an open, or we're starting to merge into this sort of open sort of area here. It looks like sort of a town square area where there's a sort of a central sort of holo projector sort of statue thing that has just just figures that we don't recognize, but they look like figures of importance. Essentially, they're on display for the public, and there are sort of generally people sort of milling around out here. And of course, the other assailant, now that his partners are all gone and it's just him, he's really trying to um, maneuver his speeder into advantageous positions. And um, yeah, so what is Ator going to do now at this?
So we're in short range, right?
Yes, we are in short range.
And we're on speeders.
Hmm.
And this is this closed or is this open cockpit or like
It's open top.
uh, open top?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
like convertible basically, but with the roof down. Like it doesn't actually have a roof, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah, it's open top.
Trying to figure out if Ator would use her lightsabers and jump onto the thing, get ready to attack him, or if she would just bust out with her blaster and start shooting at him.
Is she? She's
He's
so she's
he's
still.
attack. He's already firing, right? He's already firing
Yeah,
at
he's
us.
he's already fired at us. Yeah, so he's
Okay,
like
so
it doesn't really count in the what do you call it, the
yeah, but
structured
it's
gameplay,
in
but
like
it's
we're
narratively that's the case. Yeah.
narratively we're like in combat. We're not like just shooting at random people following us.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You look
Pew pew pew
suspicious.
pew. Shoot the guy with the fruit.
um.
Okay, so yeah, okay, so I'll take out my blaster, I guess.
Okay. I
Um,
mean, you can, if you want to, you can do the sort of athletics thing, and you can, make the jump, and it just
yeah,
depends on how
she's not
Ator.
that athletic though. She's just average athletics.
Okay.
So I don't think I don't think she could use the. I don't think she has anything that would allow her force powers to help her with her athleticism.
Well, does
I don't
sense
think.
say specifically combat, or
Huh?
I'm trying to see if it.
What do you mean? No, no, no. Sense is a regular thing. Then the left side here is all combat.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Like the sort of the boosts that you get through sense. I wasn't sure if it was.
Okay, so the basic sensibility and the right side is all narrative.
Mhm.
The entire left side there is all only combat. So I have all combat maxed out, but I have some in narrative also.
That's per round and the force user combat check.
Mainly I have combat maxed out because we were doing a lot of combat early on.
Right, right. I was just trying to see because I think it would be. I like the idea of being able to use sense to like, narratively. To me, if you're sensing the intent of your opponent, it wouldn't just be in like their sort of combat, sort of blasting at you. You would also be able to kind of sense, sort of their movement as well, like their maneuvering and stuff. So to me, I would
Yeah.
think that it would be okay to. Whoa, whoops, sorry, I just totally jacked up your.
No, I do that all the time. The
Um,
buttons.
but I would think that it would be acceptable to add that sort of upgrade or whatever to if you were going to do like an agility check or something like that. As you're sensing the enemy in combat,
Yeah, I agree
you
with that.
you'd,
I think
you'd be
that's a
you'd
good
I
be able
have
call.
to
to
kind of
look at the
sense the way
thing
that they
again
move.
because I'm pretty sure this was only for um
I mean, I know it says when an attack is made or when you attack. I get that,
yeah.
but again, even like some of the things that the devs post and stuff is it ultimately all comes down to house rules, what the players are comfortable with, to a certain degree. So I like the idea and I think it would be cool, but I'll leave it to your choice as well, since it's your character making the actions.
Yeah, I have mixed feelings about it because on one end, um, I like I like what you're saying about like the sensing their movements and stuff like that.
Yeah, it makes sense
On the
narratively.
other end, I don't see how having a sensibility would affect our agility style. You know,
Well, what
It
I'm
wouldn't
if we're
really
not very
affect the
agile,
agility.
sensibility shouldn't really increase our agility
it's
standard,
well, see, the thing is, it's
our movement.
It wouldn't increase your agility. It would more so increase you knowing where to jump.
yes, and that's the thing is at
So I get it. So not okay, that works for me. So it's not that if I do an agility move, it's going to
Yeah, it's not going to make you
give me a
jump
boost. It's
farther
just
or
gonna make the difficulty smaller.
right.
Yeah, it allows you to know where he's going to move his speeder so you can jump to his
So it's
speeder.
not as
Yes.
difficult.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
I like that.
And the thing is you're not making this crazy like he's right up behind the speeder. So if you kind of got up on the back of the speeder and jumped, like, it's not a crazy like a large gap that you're like, making this vault across or something like that. It's a hop basically, like a bit of a jump, but not anything crazy.
Yeah, I like
So
it.
how do you wanna play that? So that's like if you have
What?
the force thing committed.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be because to me I count it as a check within the structured gameplay. So it would be you would use,
So instead of like, so as one of these things here, instead of having um, the uh, a downgrade, or instead of having an upgrade on my attack, have an upgrade on my agility.
right.
Um, I see that's cool.
So
Yeah,
basically,
Or still,
you would use a maneuver to draw your lightsaber. You'd have to use a second maneuver, I would say, to well, tell me if you agree or disagree with this. You'd have to use a second maneuver to kind of move up out of your seat, kind of onto the back of the speeder, and then the agility check to make the jump.
yeah, but it doesn't matter anyways because I'd have to use an action to commit the force die anyways on this.
Okay. Well, so this turn then you're just basically readying your lightsaber then, or are
That's
you
what
gonna
I'd
go?
be. That's what I'm trying to debate is whether or not I'd do that or I'd bust out with my blast.
So ultimately,
honestly, in this position, if you're going to be able to force sense where he's going to be, can you apply that same boost to Blaster? Because he's going to know where to shoot.
yeah.
Yes, but I don't have the force die committed. I didn't do that because I we did the destiny point instead. So I think I'll play it this way since it's like we're in our seats kind of. I'll bust out with my blaster.
Okay.
I'll use a maneuver. Bust out with my blaster as an incidental because I got quick draw on it
Jeez,
thanks to
both
the
got a
weapon
quick draw.
sling.
Jeez. Oh, that's right.
Well,
The
it's
weapon
because of my
sling.
weapon
That's
sling.
right. I forgot about that.
Thanks to Spawn Dawes.
Mhm.
I'll use a maneuver to aim,
Okay.
and I will just shoot at him with my gun there like
Okay.
that.
So
Good call.
So
so yeah. So Ator is sort of her practical instincts leader to
yeah.
draw. So all right, and it's a short range. So you will
Or she's just like, oh, he's shooting. Maybe I should just shoot too.
yeah yeah
Ugh,
um
I don't want to like get off of this thing right now.
yeah. So it is ranged heavy. Because that's the blaster rifle that you're using is
Yep, I already got
the
that. So
F11D.
now I got my two boost die,
Hmm.
and it's one difficulty, right? Because it's short range.
Yeah, one difficulty because of short range.
All right.
Okay.
Yay for Spawn Dawes.
Yeah, that
Gives
I forgot about
gives
the
me
quick draw from the sling.
quickness, or gives me quick draw and accurate.
Right. Okay. And yeah. Um, go ahead and um,
Okay.
roll your check.
Geez, all that, and I only get one success, one advantage.
Okay, so you can use that advantage however you like. I mean, there's not much you can do with only one advantage, but
I just do a boost to the next player's roll.
okay. And your F11D blaster, which we only have the E11 card here, but it does 9 damage plus 1 success, so that's 10 damage. Okay, so that your attack, you can describe the attack. It does not eliminate the assailant, but it does get him. Oh wait, no, actually it does. Yeah, you got him, just barely, but you got him.
Yay!
Yeah, just barely
Sweet.
taking out his soak damage or his soak from the what you did just managed to take him out. So you can describe how you want to how this whole uh, sort of thing took place, how it unfolded.
Okay, so that'll depend on if it barely took him out. Like if he
It
barely
barely
got
took
him,
him out.
or
It
if it like
literally
did
the
overkill.
no, it barely took him out. It literally the soak, your overall damage of 10 minus the soak, which was 3. The leftover 7 is what it took his 7 hit points. So it's a just did the job basically.
Okay. Oh, part of me actually wants to use a destiny point on this.
Oh, good God.
Um,
No. No.
Well, okay. So this is okay. So hear me out on this, guys. Um, because I feel like this, if it went this way, it would require a destiny point for narrative. Um, she shoots. She shoots the this attacker in the shoulder. Hit, or his arm, his upper arm area, maybe his shoulder.
mhm,
It causes him to turn really quickly right before we get out of the alleyway there,
mhm,
and he turns right into the wall,
mhm.
hits the wall, and co- um and doesn't, or crashes in the wall kind of, but just kind of flies off his bike,
Okay.
and so he's down and injured
I mean that
but
would
not
work
dead.
for how you that works for how your roll worked. So
but,
it
So
did
but
the
he's
job.
injured but not dead.
But he's out of the fight. So
Yeah, yeah.
so yeah, that works.
So so we have somebody to talk to.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
who do you
Yeah, now
work
you
for?
get me.
Who does number
That
2 work for?
so that is why I feel like if we make it like that, it would require a destiny point for narrative aspect to get that good of luck that he's not dead.
That he's not dead.
Someone we
Okay.
Mm.
can question.
All right.
But does any of us have interrogation abilities? Because I don't.
Oh, she has her ways.
Well, she's got her sort of cunning thing. She and I both have negotiation from different angles. So, um, so yeah, we'd be able to use negotiation as well. Actually, I guess technically it'd be a coercion, wouldn't it? Yeah, it'd be a coercion check.
Um, Coercion as if we're threatening,
Well, I mean, what would you do?
You might have
Do
force
to.
I was
him,
to say,
basically.
do you
Yeah.
think somebody that just attacked us on a speeder bike would be willing to, negotiate? I mean,
I don't think my charm will work on him, right?
no, no.
Why don't you why don't you just tell us what you know, huh?
It's like, oh, all
Make
right.
this easy on us.
All right. Well, maybe
I
once I
have.
get out of the hospital, you and I can.
You wouldn't
I
want me to
have.
get messy now, would you?
Yeah, I have 3 ability die in coercion, and I only have 2 ability die in negotiation, so I don't have a lot.
I've got 3 in coercion as well.
Actually, I think negotiation could work if we did something along the lines of bribing him for info.
Yeah.
No, I don't know if this dude would care about credit. Dude just almost gave his
Depends
life
on
to
if
try to
they're
kill us.
mercenary.
So, all right. So,
Would he even tell us?
okay. So
Plus,
from
I have another way of finding out what's going on in his mind.
from his if you want him to stay
But
alive,
first, we have to know if you're gonna accept that.
I will accept it as a destiny point flip if you guys both agree. If
I'm the
you
one to
wanna
ask.
split.
So X, what about you? What Matt?
Well,
You
um,
agree or not?
I mean, I like the idea of trying to interrogate somebody, get some information. I think it's great. From the skill of the destiny point thing, it's frustrating to flipping another one, but I think for the narrative of the game, it could make it interesting on Gabe's part to throw some negatives at us later. So let's just screw it for the fun of the game. Let's just flip that point and go it and try to. Are we going
All right,
to
let's do it.
negotiate? Are we going to coercion? How do you
All
want to
right.
approach
So
it?
first, flip your destiny point.
Flip it.
Or I could, or me or Gabe or somebody could try coercion first, and we could try negotiation. Good cop, bad cop.
All right. So as this whole thing unfolds and we see the Ator, since you're the one that sort of dropped him You know,
One second.
do you want to make the call of like hollering out for the speeder to stop basically?
Take his pants off.
It's like whoa. All right, so, but is that what Ator would do? Would she call for the speeder
Okay,
to stop?
sorry about that. My dad was bugging me.
Oh, okay.
Don't
That's
watch
why I
the
said hold
stream,
on a
Dad.
second. Okay, so
But would Ator like holler for the speeder to stop basically, and
no, I'm um actually it just not went down. So would Garen's the one that's right next to him? What would Garen say? He'd be the first one to say something.
right?
Uh,
Yeah.
to
So
the
Garen would
to the driver
he
after it
would
was going.
he would given the situation he would kind of pat the driver on the shoulder and say pull over, and so the driver would sort of hesitantly sort of not liking the idea of just getting shot at and just pulling over and stopping, would sort of pull the speeder over, and to a stop so that we could get out, and we'd be kind of right about here, and at this point we're kind of we just come out of the alleyway, but we're right out and sort of in the middle of or to the side of this whole open area, and the people that have been milling around there, we've definitely gotten their attention with the commotion that's just happened.
We just killed 3 people.
Yeah, well, a lot of that happened back in the
No,
alleyway.
no. No. Let's get this right, okay? You killed. You killed one person.
One guy.
I injured one person. The others had an accident. So we didn't kill anybody. You killed one person.
Well, I don't play. You don't shoot at me. X gonna give it to you.
All right, so, as we
He just like you see that how he did that. He just tried to implicate it, both of us into his own.
he's like, you guys are totally in this with me, right? We're like,
Oh,
no,
I didn't murder
no.
anybody. It was self-defense. He shot me
Ator was
first.
like calling the cops right there.
I said, this guy over here just killed somebody in the street. All right, so as the driver sort of pulls the speeder to the side, sets down, and the Garen hops out of the speeder, and starts moving back toward the body, to see if the assailant is
Ator
still...
would be doing that too. First thing she'd be doing is getting out and checking around and seeing if there's anybody else.
Okay, so you're looking to see if there's anybody else around.
Let me see here. How does the sense work on this exactly? So she can see. She can sense all living things. I guess that wouldn't do her any good. So she'll just she'll just look around and see if there's any other enemies around with her blaster out.
Okay, so do a hard perception check and then upgrade it once, because I'm flipping a destiny point for making this perception check hard.
Oh.
So hard perception check, upgraded hard perception check. So 2 difficulty, 1 challenge.
Okay, can I use this thing? Wait, that just removes 2. I don't know what that means. Removes 2 setback dies from this. Does that mean just? That's just setback dies only, right?
What's per session may add? Wait, which one? The sense danger?
Remove. Yeah, sense danger.
All right, I tell you what. Using that ability, make it just a regular hard difficulty, since so we'll say that
hard difficulty.
Yeah, we'll say that since you have that, it sort of
removes the setback.
Yeah. Well, it removes the upgrade basically. So.
Okay. So 3 hard.
So the destiny point flip still comes into play, but your sort of ability in the force and your connection to it and the ebb and flow of the force is affected by all that. So.
Son of a whore.
Motherless ghost. If we're flipping a destiny point, you better roll again, buddy.
um.
All right.
So
So do I take a
take that
strain
thread
for
as
that?
a strain. Yeah, because the
All right.
you're sort of looking through the crowd, and the crowd is, you can see that the crowd is not only sort of shocked and curious, but as they're seeing, especially you as an off-worlder, you know, being non-human, you can see sort of some contempt in their eyes of this, you know, this all of this sort of commotion and sort of danger happening, you know, in this big public area, and you know, you off-worlders, kind of a thing, starting to kind of pervade the crowd. So you know, it affects, you know, your emotional. But as you're looking around, aside
Racist.
from that, you don't see, you know, you don't see any immediate threats to you or the party.
All right. So she just continues to approach the one on the ground that she hit.
Okay, so Garen, well, if we hopped out at the same time, I guess. Well, Garen would, since you kind of took a second to look, Garen would kind of break ahead, and he would get to
Yeah.
the person on the ground, and he would, you know, sort of remove the mask basically, and um, he's you know, kind of a rough looking guy, and you know, of course, he's kind of breathing heavy from this impact that he just took, from, you know, the way the bike wrecked, and he flew from the bike, and you can tell he's kind of dazed. His eyes are, you know, kind of shifting a little bit, and you know, kind of unfocused and everything. But
I almost
you can
thought you
see that
said
he's
his
still
eyes
there.
are glazed.
No, no, he's dazed, but
Gotcha. Okay.
he's still coherent basically. But he's, you know, just kind of, you know, sort of in shock from, you know, holy crap, I just wrecked and flew off my bike. You know, he's not even, his brain's still catching up to everything that just happened basically.
All right. Well, once I get into engaged ranged with him,
Hmm.
she's going to use her sensibility on him to
Okay.
sense his thoughts and emotional state.
All right. So, and you have to do a check for that, right?
Yeah, and I'm gonna need another force die.
Hmm? Oh, do you have to? Did you upgrade your force rank? Oh, you did. Yeah, that's right. That's what you're saying as far as how you invested
That's
your.
from my meditation earlier. Feeling more better with the force now on this planet.
Okay, so there you go. All right. So, yeah, and um, as Ator,
Sweet.
we'll do it this way. So Garen, you know, Garen's got the guys, or just starts talking to the guy basically, like, who, you know, who are you? Who, you know, um, you know, why did you attack us, right? To get his mind, or to, well, he's asking, and he, you know, of course, he's not going to know that Ator is using her sensibility in this way at this time. So okay, so you got two force dice, so that's a successful force check. So all right, I'm gonna do this in a private message in Steam.
So I'm sensing his thoughts and his emotions.
Right.
The first point is for the emotional state. The second point is for his thoughts or current thoughts.
Okay. So.
As the current thoughts is ow.
Owie. Ow.
Owie.
Like Peter Griffin.
All right.
So he'll be talking to you, and I'll be sensing his thoughts and emotions.
All right. Well, as he's still kind of like, as I'm asking the questions, he's not even really responded yet. But you're gonna get his thoughts. I'm sending them in a Steam message real quick. So. Um,
Oh, gotcha. Dave is gonna message me the George Carlin's 10 words you can't say on TV. That's what's going on through this guy's mind right now.
So what we'll do is that's the initial thoughts that you get, and then you can decide on how you want to sort of if you want to say anything about that, um, at the point or at like as you're sensing it now, or
Well,
if you want to
he's
say
just gonna continue reading his thoughts as Garen is questioning him. So I'm guessing his current thoughts are going to be based off of Garen's questions.
more or less. I mean, well, I just sent you the thoughts in Steam.
Yeah, but I mean that's just the initial, right?
Yeah, that's yeah.
Before Garen hasn't questioned him yet, right?
Well, he said why are you attacking us? Who's saying that? So,
Okay.
and let's see.
So I guess that'll be it unless Garen asks some more questions.
Well, and that's the thing is
Or until he passes
he
out.
hasn't verbally responded yet. So, I'm actually gonna do
Mexico does have extradition, by the way.
I'm going to do. Oops.
I don't know what you're saying.
Hang on one sec. Oh, I didn't even need to copy that other force die because I have this infinite force die thing right here. Oh well, anyways.
Huh?
This thing is.
That's right.
I didn't even think. I thought it was just another container, but or just something to hold.
Yeah, I forgot all about that.
But it's yeah. But anyways, okay. So so I'm gonna do a this. I think this would be coercion because Garen's not approaching it as a negotiation thing, like trying to approach it diplomatically or anything like that. He's just like
not trying to bribe him.
Yeah, he's just like, give me the answers, basically.
Give me your money.
So, so I'm gonna do a coercion check, and I'm trying to think of what the guy's stats would be. And I think let's see, I guess it would be a discipline on his part. So, yeah, we're just gonna say it's a boom boom, and he'd have to, because this is basically like an opposed check, so it'd be my difficulty would be his discipline stat, I think, as far as dealing with everything, and let's see, yeah, we're gonna go with that. Oops. Whoa!
Ooh.
All right.
Nice.
All right. So I'm going to take those two threats actually as a setback on my next check. So I need to make a note of that. I think it's two threat for a setback, right? Yeah, to active or allied characters next check. Okay. So so we'll do it that way. So I'm going to actually, I guess I just need to make a note of it.
Be right back, 1 second.
Okay.
Oh, good God. Lord help us.
Trying to think of how I can mark this for as a reminder. So on something that I won't ignore.
Good successes, though, man. You basically got a success for every form of coercion. All three.
Right.
You got like a resounding, like, you're like, oh, sorry. You're like, who do you work for? I'll never tell you. Who do you work for? I will die before I admit it. Who do you work for? The other preacher.
Yeah.
Preacher Shinzon. Wait, what?
That was easy.
That was easy? Yeah. I don't like being asked questions in 3
3 times in a row, yeah. Trying to get this to flip to. There we go.
Why are you trying to kill it? I will never. Do I really have to ask you 2 more times? Go to hell.
Why were you trying to kill us?
That was 3
I asked
times.
you to. No.
No.
You started a different line of questioning.
It's a different line. So it's the first question and a new line of question. So then when you asked the second time, it was a first time and another line of question. Why are you being a slave to the 3-question rule, man? That's so funny. That's exactly what I thought of when you're like, oh. You literally just like, what are you doing? He's like, trying to kill you, bro.
Yeah.
6 feet.
Whoa.
Like, they hired us. Really don't want to die.
I'll wait for.
My cousin Weenus was in that other speeder.
Weenus. Man. Trying to get this to land. There we go. This is just for my recollection over here.
What is it?
I'm using these force die as a reminder that I've got a setback die on my next. Actually, I only need one of them, really. I've got a setback die on my next check from that 2 threat.
Now, did you flip one of these destiny points over yet?
I think I did.
I threw it over. It was 3 now. We're really racking these evil destiny points.
Or no, wait. No. This goes. Because remember, okay. I did that as a increased difficulty for one of the other checks. So.
You have resistance credits.
Yeah. Basically, it's when we completed our first mission, we didn't get direct credits. We basically got credit with the resistance for resources. So that's why that's a separate counter there.
You fool. Oh, I have a quick question.
Yeah.
It's just about the my little question here on my little data pad down here where it says threshold or no encumbrance. Is this on the side total threshold of encumbrance?
Yeah, this is what you can carry total. This is what you currently have.
And how do you factor this in? Is it like species and gear, or is this just gear?
It's species and gear. So it's your It's your brawn
just
thing.
Making sure.
Yeah, it's your brawn thing plus like your backpack and your belt and all that kind of stuff.
So my brawn is 2, and then everything else would have to equal 12.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. There's a calculation for your encumbrance threshold to beginning in the beginning. So.
Okay, I just didn't remember.
Yeah,
because when I upgraded my backpack, it should have increased my encumbrance. But when I was adding all my stuff up, I think I only got to like 9 out of my gear or something like that. Yeah. So I was like 14. How do I have 14?
Yeah, we'll have to we'll double check that too.
Okay, we can do it later.
Yeah, and we're kind of playing it sort of fast and loose with the encumbrance. Like we're only gonna really worry about it if you start getting to like your threshold, or if you get to your threshold, and then or if you start like if it feels from a narrative perspective that it just would be wonky and wouldn't work right. Then we do that.
I'm gonna AFK and go to the restroom real quick.
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna do the same thing.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm back. Are you guys there? Hello?
Oh, whoops. Hang on.
Hey, sorry about that. Is X here? Matt, you there? You there?
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry about that. There was a leak in the 5-gallon jug with the water bottle.
Oh no.
So it slowly leaked all over the floor. So I had to remove it and replace it and clean up the spill. So sorry about that. What did I miss here?
Um, I think we waited because you saw that I got the success, right?
Yeah.
So as soon as
So,
as soon as you said be right back, we just kind of like paused.
I'm back.
Yeah, we both like went to the restroom and I got some water and stuff. So.
okay, cool, good. Yeah. Sorry, Matt. There was a leak in the 5-gallon jug of water that we have
Oh
on
Lord.
the water cooler. So I had to clean that mess up and
You're good?
replace it. Yep, it's all good now. Okay, so what? So I guess the guy's gonna answer Garen's questions or something.
Yeah.
At least,
So.
unless he's deceiving him or something. I'm not sure. But
No, as far as his like willpower goes, actually, you know that's a good idea. I'm gonna do his his deception check. Would be deception versus what perception, right? Is how it goes for opposed checks.
sounds right.
Okay, so um, so his deception would be. I'm gonna give him.
Guess we'll have to look more into that later on.
Yeah, this'll work. Um, and I'm gonna flip another destiny point for him to upgrade his check. Alright, and it would be, let's see, my perception is 2, okay. And he's going to have a setback die because he is not in great shape. So, alright. Okay, so he completely tries to. So he's his yeah. All right. So he answers mainly because he's just at this point he's just defeated. Like he's hurting real bad. He's got these three guys around him that probably gonna end up killing him basically, or at least that's how he perceives it.
He's just looking at a lightsaber in his face.
Yeah, basically, yeah. And so he's like, so he responds, Lady Lady Fendrel sent us to to silence you. And Garen kind of
And just a quick recap: who is Lady Fendrel again? Is
that's
that the one who sent us, or is that someone else?
she's the Parator that was um trying to get us to get dirt on her opponent. Um and um yeah, that lady. So this was
The lady you knew all the evil stuff about and has never told us.
yeah. Actually, that's kind of true. You didn't really tell us much about what you read from her thoughts. Um, I can't remember if you even really
Well,
told
there
us.
wasn't much to tell.
Yeah, I mean she
She basically said what she thought was necessary, what she thought was pertinent.
right.
So she can't be trusted, or what was it? Um, she's not something along the lines of she can't be trusted, but she will do what we want if she will um do the alliance with us if we do this for her.
Mm. Yeah, that's right. Because I basically said that she
Because
would
she wanted us to do the thing, and she was going to do the alliance with us. From what the thoughts her thoughts I read, or that Ator read. But she was saying that if we betray her, well, she'll silence us. But I don't know why she would silence us right now.
well remember we've been followed. Like we've been watched and followed and all that kind of stuff. So um,
Yeah, but I don't think we did anything to betray her or anything yet. That's
not
why I'm like confused about that.
basically we never got back to her, and so um, and on top of that we we came here and were basically met by a representative from the office from of her opposition. So it's not a like we were going in covertly or anything like that. It was like reached out like officially basically. So
Wait, so it wasn't her guys that greeted us at
no,
the place?
no. This was the other
Okay, I'm confused about the whole thing then.
This
Yeah.
was the other Parator. We reached out to the other Parator, arranged a meeting.
Okay, I missed that
This,
completely then.
oh yeah, no, that was all. We covered all that back when we were at the other landing pad. Like that's
Yeah,
what.
you said you
Okay,
didn't
yeah, I
really
missed
care
all
about
that.
those matters. That you only cared about helping slaves and
No,
everything.
Ator doesn't care about those matters.
You're Ator, bonehead.
No, Ator is my character.
Oh,
I'm not Ator.
I was
um,
thinking you were Ator.
Nope, she's my character.
I like it.
all right. But yeah, no. So that was that was you were Ator was present for all that and heard the conversation. Like we reached out to the office of the other Parator, not the lady. Um, you know, and I'm kind of using
So Garen never agreed to her thing then.
no, no. Garen
Okay.
during the meeting he said, "Can we have some time to think about it?" And she said, basically, be wise about the decision you make. And then when we left, we never came back to agree to it. And again, we were followed. Well, X was followed. We were watched, at the landing pad and everything else. And
Okay, so this is your doing. This is Garen's doing.
Why?
He's
Because
like, okay, I'm not gonna agree to it, and I'm gonna talk to him in the meantime
right.
and not let her know. Got it.
Yeah, exactly. So, so that's how we are where we're at the moment. Um, so, um, at any rate, and it's a matter of, well, that's enough information as far as players go, as far as sort of as characters and everything that
Yeah.
we're
So
aware of.
sorry about that. So Garen's questioning the guy. My bad.
That's okay. So he basically got that information out of the guy, and then he kind of like looks up at Ator and Exodus concerned, like expressing um, the alarm at the fact that basically she's on to us and she's had us tried to have us killed. Um, so and I'm trying to think if that's it. I'm trying to think from Garen's perspective if that's really if he would need any more information than that, given his perspective of, he knows that they are basically crossing her, and it's not a complete surprise that she would have them, have someone sent after them, but trying to decide uh, if he would even see a need to ask anything else after that point. He would.
I mean, if you think about it, someone asks us to help them that we're partially trusting, and we think about helping them because their offer is really good to help the resistance. And we're just trying to find information about this opponent. Excuse me, about this opponent. We don't find out much, but we want to go and meet this guy and learn what we can to see what's really going on. And when we're trying to dig deeper, she tries to have us killed.
Well,
so to me,
sorry.
Yes, we didn't tell her yes about the mission because we were trying to find out more information before we knew what we were doing. Mm-hmm. And my thing is she tried to have us killed when we were trying to find out more information before we even told her yes or no, which to me means that the information we would have found out would have proven the defense against the guy she wanted us to help set up. And so she was trying to eliminate us, which proves that she's shady.
Yeah, well, we already got the idea that she was shady because she didn't just approach us from like a, hey, I could use your help or I need your assistance kind of thing. It was very much a strong arm kind of a,
Right.
So we knew
so
she
now
was.
Now we know that she's an enemy, not an ally.
Right, and it's again it's yeah, exactly. It's a sort of a we were trying to see how it would play out basically. But this is very much shown. It's kind of set sides basically. Like when we made the decision to, like you went and did research on the guy, that didn't provoke anything, and you were followed. I think we established that you
Yeah.
saw that you
Yeah.
saw that
Yeah,
you were
but then
followed.
I guess from her perspective, we snuck off to go meet with him
Right.
without even saying anything to her. So she thought we were gonna rat her out to him or something.
Right.
And so she was trying to silence us.
Right. You got it. That's it. So is that a deduction that Ator would make or Exodus would make?
No, she doesn't seem to care right now.
Okay.
See me, I'd be
that's a
like,
conversation
okay.
that.
Go ahead. See, that's why. See, I'm not Ator. Ator is not me. There's difference
yeah,
there.
you as a player,
See, I would go for revenge, and I'd go up and I'd be dead set on killing her now. Ator doesn't care. She's just like trying to, protect herself.
Right. Okay. So,
She's not a vengeful person.
Right. Okay. Now, what about?
I think at that point, X would have just said, "See, I told you, everybody's not what they seem," and obviously you would have agreed, but it's not me poking at you. It's just me just saying, like,
right.
I told you, she's not what
Right.
Everybody's not what they seem.
Right. Yeah. And
it looks like she drew a line for us before we could even make a decision.
Right.
we need to go meet with this guy and find out what's going on.
Right. Yep. And so is that what he would say? Like, is that what X would say at that point?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Plus, I have binders, and we can arrest.
Do you want to Do you want to put the guy in binders and like and?
Yeah, we're gonna take
So
him in
X
and
is
turn him
into
in.
bondage, huh?
Oh yeah, buddy. He's gonna give it to you.
Oh no!
X gonna bind her and give it to her.
X gonna bind it to you and then give it to you.
Okay, so
Alright.
um,
Oh, so now we have I guess not a hostage exactly, but
But we have evidence
a
against her now.
prisoner of war kind of thing. The evidence to use as evidence.
right.
Now we have a gift for our new possible friend here.
We come bearing
Adler
gifts.
doesn't see it that way. She just doesn't care. She just doesn't want to be killed.
she's just kind of. So I just
She's just kind of scared right now.
So I just want to
and paranoid.
understand, just for clarification, from a GM's perspective, as far as, you know, we can't. I don't want to retcon it to the point that she wouldn't have come along to begin with. But what motivated her to come along with the group, you know, and to not stay behind with the ship, like
The curiosity about the dark sensing, dark side of the force that she's getting from this planet.
Okay, all right.
And
So
and also to you know, kind of watch what's his Garen's back, because he's you know, he's been helping her out, so she should help him out.
He's got a tendency of getting pimp slapped.
I'm never gonna live that stormtrooper backhand down. I'm never gonna live it down. It's gonna be with Garen for the rest of his.
Push in the face.
It's gonna be like
out.
it's gonna be like freaking Cap with the language thing. It's just never.
Yeah.
Just not gonna be willing to face down Thanos' army with a broken shield and everything. It's the
Everybody,
you remember that one
everybody needs a
time?
rock in their. Everybody needs a thorn in their side or a rock in their shoe.
Yeah, you
Something
remember,
to keep you humble.
you remember that one time he got knocked the F out by a stormtrooper? You remember that? Like, shut up! It was a long time ago.
I've grown since then. I'm a Grandmaster Jedi. Sure, buddy.
You still got punched in the face by a stormtrooper.
Still got a glass jaw.
He got knocked the fuck out.
All right.
That would have been hilarious. His stormtrooper buddy went up to him, goes up to Garen.
You got knocked the fuck out.
Takes his helmet off. It's fucking
Kevin Hart. Or Chris. No, that was Chris Tucker, right?
It wasn't Chris Tucker, right? It was the other guy. Eddie something, I think. Can't remember.
Eddie Griffin?
No, not Eddie Griffin.
It was Chris Tucker that said
he's
that.
a comedian though. But anyway, so we got the guy binded. You binded him now?
Yeah.
Or
Oh
no?
yeah.
Okay.
No,
so,
he's bound.
All right.
All
So
right,
now
so
we
give
got
me-
him in the back. I guess. Well, shit. Where is he gonna?
Oh,
be
I'm
in
gonna
his
take
scooter?
it to the back.
Or I guess we'll just walk the rest of the way if it's not far.
No, it's a ways. Like it's like even like if you.
Hey, how's his speeder bike? Damaged?
Yeah, it's
Or did
wrecked.
he ju-
It's wrecked.
Okay, never mind.
Okay,
It's-
so
it's
then
slammed into the wall and it's
Ator is
down,
gonna
it's
go to
smoking.
the front seat then, because she's not gonna feel comfortable being in the back seat with a bunch of guys.
All right. So hang on one sec here.
And she's still got her blaster out until she gets in the car, and she's still paranoid.
Yeah, I got mine out. I got mine out too.
All right. Let me check something here. Okay.
We tell the driver, "Hey, you're gonna help us carry this dude."
And the driver is like, you can tell he's not very comfortable with the idea, but he's like,
But I'm holding a huge blaster, so get over it.
well, and with everything that's happened to, he's also considering the loyalty to the Parator.
Praetor Shinzon.
Praetor. You know what's funny is the title of Parator actually, it's not even my invention. It's actually a title from the original Legend source material. So This is
Actually, I think it comes from Greek or Roman time.
well, there's a Praetorian, but that's different.
No, something else.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
could be. I mean, yeah, they you know, it's Star Wars, so they can.
Praetorians are the guards,
Right.
and I think parators are like the nobility or something like that.
Mm,
Yeah,
okay.
nobleman.
So it's repurposing ancient titles, which is a common Star Wars thing. So I actually didn't know.
What do you
that.
mean that this is ancient? What are you talking about?
Yeah, yeah, that's
I
true.
mean, they do have like generals and commanders, though.
Yeah, well, and they also have queens and things like that too. So it's
That's right. Yeah. Senators.
General
queens,
Kenobi.
princesses. Yeah. So, all right. So, um,
Stormtroopers that punch people in the face.
shut up, man. um,
You got knocked the fuck out.
I hate you both.
All right.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to decide how I want to proceed from here.
This is great that we have this evidence as hostage. This is awesome case. That was great.
Yeah, that was a very good use of the destiny point. That was
Yeah. So Matt, like, if you get any kind of ideas like that, just
No, that gave me some great ideas.
just
I really liked
do
it.
it
That was
because
awesome.
that's one thing that we've been lacking. Like the whole time we've been playing the game is we really haven't been using the destiny points that much.
Mhm.
So that's what I'm trying to do is use them more often.
Yeah, and it's good. I agree. I think we've gotten to a point of having more of enough of a grasp of the game that it's good to incorporate it, and it
Yeah.
does. It adds it really makes the narrative even more interesting, doing that kind of a thing. So
Yeah. So don't worry about like, oh, now they can be used by the GM against us. Just think of it like, what can we do to make this more interesting, kind of thing, or something.
That's why I went ahead and went for it because I thought it would make the game funner, and I'm happy I did. It was a good call on your part.
yeah.
Proceed on to the building.
Yeah,
Driver.
yeah. I'm still weighing something in my head. From a GM.
Flip a
side
coin,
of
then
things. Yeah.
if it's a yes or no kind of thing, then just
Right.
flip a coin if you can't decide.
Um.
Or flip a destiny. Oh yeah, you already did flip a destiny point earlier
Yeah, I flipped one earlier
Yeah, so
for
just flip a
upgrading
coin.
a check.
of what you want to.
Okay.
Is it a simple yes or no kind of thing?
Kinda, yeah.
Then yeah, just flip a coin. We're not gonna complain.
No, I get that.
I might.
I'm just you can complain about anything. All right.
You getting
Let
punched
the
in the
let the force
face.
guide us. Let the force guide the GM.
Do some kind of roll. Yeah, do some kind of roll that let chance just take its throw a chance cube.
Right. Oh, I should get it. I have chance cubes somewhere. I think I need to start using that for decisions. It's perfectly Star Wars. Okay.
Let the force have its way. Throw a chance cube.
Okay. So, as we So as we are starting to take a take our whoa, what are you doing?
I don't know what's going on.
Why is
What
Why
this?
did you just put this here?
I don't know. I don't like it there. Why is the scale terrible?
It's that big so you can see what's on it, dude. What the hell? What in the world? Why are you putting it with your deck of items? Like it's very clearly different kinds of cards.
I don't know. I don't know. I
Oh,
don't know.
where did I have that next to the?
You had it on the game board
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
over here next to the Sabak deck, so I brought it over for you because
Cool.
you weren't paying attention. So yeah, just flip and do the thing, and let's have fun.
Okay, so I already did
Alright.
it with a different die, but yeah.
Well,
whatever.
you don't do it with me.
Oh, I don't. What? I don't even know how to respond.
What?
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, yeah.
What? Huh?
All right. So as we are taking
Who, what, when,
our
where, how hard?
Yes.
Medium.
As we are taking our bound assailant back toward the speeder, a blaster bolt
No.
comes flying out of the crowd of people that have gathered there that have been sort of milling and talking and watching all of this happen, out of the so we're not actually quite back to the speeder yet. We're like by the speeder, but
Oh. Well, I have my gun out.
yeah. So you've got your blaster at the ready. Garen's had his sort of lightsaber drawn when he was coercing the. He didn't have it ignited, but he basically had it out, kind of sort of threatening the guy with it to an extent.
I will chop your head off.
So, and as X has the assailant, sort of bound, and he's sort of moving him, kind of half carrying him toward the speeder. Yeah, this blaster bolt comes out of the crowd toward our party, and I'm going to roll to see who it comes at. Let's see. I have a six-sided.
Did you say Ator?
Well, your name's At, so that's who it comes at. So there we go. No, I'm kidding. All right, so I'm gonna roll this six-sided die. If it's a 1 or a 2, it is Exodus. If it is a 2 or a 3, it's Garen. If it's if it's a 3 or a 4, it's Garen. If it's a 5 or a 6, it's Ator.
If it's a 2, it's both of you.
Yeah. Aha!
So the blaster bolt is coming at Garen. So now I got to do a combat check here for that. I got to remember that there. So it would be oops, actually it'd be as this. And I think it's at let's see. I'm trying to think of how scale-wise. I think it would be a short range. So what difficulty? And okay. And let's see if this actually. Yeah. Okay, so those two advantages are going to be a setback die on the next enemy. So with the next one of our party members who does check. Let's see, 1 success, and I'm trying to think of the damage. Where is it? 77. Okay. 1 sec. Gotta do some things here. And let's see, actually I'm gonna do this over here.
Hey, AFK.
Okay. Okay. So as the blaster, well, I'll wait until Matt gets back to continue the description here.
I guess while we're waiting, figure out what you're gonna have happen next.
What do you mean?
Start brainstorming the other ideas that you, how this will work.
Well, it's I've got it already. I've got it figured out.
So you got the characters for who we're gonna meet. No.
Yeah. I know where we're going. So this is just some side stuff that since things happened a little differently than I was expecting.
Welcome back.
All right, welcome back.
All right.
I am double checking some stuff here. was my Sox 3. So. Okay, so I'm going to suffer 3 strain, and right off the bat to use my reflect ability. So as this incoming attack comes at me, as this blaster bolt comes out of the crowd at me, my reflexes kick in. I ignite my lightsaber and manage to sort of deflect the bolt away from me down into the ground. So there we go, and we're going to do an initiative roll. And there's only going to be one. It's a minion group. So as this blaster bolt sort of comes out of the crowd around it kind of disperses, and everybody's kind of like pulling away from this person that just took a shot, and as the sort of everything, as the crowd sort of people start running away from this new fight that's just broken out after all the commotion. You can see sort of one let's see, we're just going to use some basic tokens for this. Trying to see, I need to create some. Oh wait, here we go. Alright, so I need to start creating more interesting character tokens, but you can see one here, and actually I guess it'd be 2 minion groups because they're going to be sort of separated a little bit here, and 2 sort of to the back that you see there. You see them sort of draw their blasters as well. So let's see, we're going to do this one's going to be boom. Okay, and there we go. Initiative roll. Okay, so we have 1 player slot at the top, 2 NPCs, and then what we'll do for this round is that initial attack will have been taken one of the NPC's turns, one of the minion group's turns. So there's 1 player slot, and then for this round, 1 NPC slot, then 2 player slots, and then it'll go back to basically it'll follow the rotation after that. So.
Well, I'd be a little bit further away from you guys. Oh, so they're over here.
Yeah,
These are them?
They were in the crowd. And then as the initial as this one here fired at sort of the group, technically I guess it would have been, since it fired like more at Garen.
Towards Garen and the prisoner or something.
Yeah, Garen and the prisoner.
Garen, Exodus and the prisoner kind of.
That was the sort of the targets he selected basically. So
okay, but Ator's closer, huh?
Ator, is closer. So this would be short range here. Okay. And these guys are going to be at medium range.
All right.
How many guys are in each group?
So there's 1 here, and they're technically in a group. They are basically within engaged range of each other. And
it's 2 minion groups.
2 minion groups. And 2 minions in 1 group, 1 minion in the other.
Okay, that clarifies. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Wait. These are 3 different minion groups or 3 different minions?
3 different minions, 2 different minion groups. So this is a
so
minion
a group
with
of 2
basically
and a group and
of 2 and 1. Yeah. So
got it.
All right, and these 2 are kind of by a lamppost, and it's got the lamppost. We'll say is kind of decorative, has a thicker base, so it's actually providing some cover for them.
I thought they were gonna be like around here or something. I thought I'd be the furthest away.
Yeah, no, it's kind of this is how the situation is.
It's on the closest one. Okay.
So, Garen has just sort of defended himself. He's kind of taking more of a he just got shot at, so he's kind of in a defensive sort of stance basically, so he's kind of gauging the situation. So it'll be up to you guys who wants to act first, because again it's player slot, not necessarily the order that's listed there. So it depends.
Go ahead, Case.
All right. Um, so I guess Ator will go up to. So he's in short range, right?
Yes, he's in short range.
And
You
does she
still have your
see them?
blaster drawn.
Does she see them?
Yes, as that first shot broke out, the people that were around, in the crowd, basically, they've all withdrawn from that first guy that shot, and then as that first shot sort of happened, the other two in the back have drawn their blasters as well. So basically, the crowd has everybody sort of scrambled away, so they're exposed, so that the combatants are clearly visible at this point.
And are they in short range of each other, or are they in medium range from each other too?
Um, these guys, we'll say they're in short range of each other, just sort of based off the positioning. I guess I'll kind of do it like this.
All right.
And that way, this is short range, this is medium range, basically from us, and so short range from us, medium range from us, short range from each other.
Well, a smarter move would be to take out our lightsabers and go to this guy. That would cause issues for them attacking her, but she's only got normal intelligence. She's just regular.
Well,
She's not.
yeah,
She's kind of combat effective, but I mean, she's kind of combat experienced, but not that experienced.
it depends. Yeah,
And she's scared right now, so I'm gonna say she'd just shoot at the closest guy with her blaster.
Okay. All right, so you're gonna do your ranged heavy. Um,
Yeah, so so she's gonna aim and fire at the closest guy there.
okay. So your free maneuver is to aim. So you add a boost die, and you're not gonna commit a force point at this point.
That would take an action,
Okay.
and she's just she was she hasn't really switched over yet. She's still in the sense of like feeling the guy's thoughts.
Okay. Gotcha.
So she's just like barely breaking away from that. So she's not like combat sense, but she's just kind of paranoid right
Gotcha.
now since
Ah!
they just got attacked. So yeah, so she's just gonna bust out with that blaster, aim and fire at that guy. So ranged heavy, 2 boost die, and 1 difficulty. There we go.
Okay.
Oh wait, did you say there's a setback for the next person,
Yes.
the next opponent? So I got
No,
a setback too, right?
setback for me.
Oh,
Setback for me. That was from
For
my.
oh
you?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Setback.
for you specifically.
Yeah.
Okay.
For my next check. So.
Yeah.
Jeez,
All right. Well, you got
Four
four
advantage.
advantage. So.
what the fuck is this? Look at this thing.
It still read it.
That's funny.
That's wild. It landed right on the edge. I guess technically with the
Look
way
at that. The worst possible roll for that.
Yeah. Yep.
So she fails epically, but she becomes such a distraction to them that um, both of you guys each get an advantage against them. So you guys each get a boost die.
Okay. Cool. All right. So yeah. So.
She's scared and kind of jittery. So even though she aimed at the guy, she still missed, but managed to like get all of them like a little distracted by Ator's action.
Right. Gotcha.
So each of you guys get a boost die on your next rolls.
Okay. As you presented, as Ator, fired the minion group in the back here, the two at the back. One of them is that they're going to sort of fire at the closer target, the more immediate threat, etc., etc. So, and this, and then it's medium range, right? So.
Wait, who's attacking? And who's attacking who?
It's the NPCs.
I'm getting attacked by.
Yes, you're getting attacked by this minion group at the back because this guy already took his turn, basically.
Okay.
So out of the initiative order, basically, but it still took an NPC turn.
Gotcha.
So, and let's see, what was I gonna do?
Well, I mean, no, he still gets a turn then. If his was like a surprise attack, then it's considered an extra.
I'm making a GM call, and that's
Oh,
taken.
gotcha. Okay.
So, all right, and let's see. Medium range.
So one setback from my defense.
Okay. That's right. Yeah, you've got a what is it? Something increased your defense rating, huh? So, okay. Um, yeah, we'll do it like that. Whoa. Okay. All right.
Oh.
So terrible aim on their part, at least initially. I guess partially due to Ator's, quick response, sort of, and
We're
the
all
fact that
stormtroopers here.
yeah. So, and the 2 advantage will be added a boost die to the next go around of the NPC, the next allied enemy character, basically next allied NPC. All right. So now it's the player turn. Next player turn. So does X want to go this time, or?
X gonna give it to you.
All right. So what's X gonna? Now remember, X has got like, kind of in one hand, he's kind of got the arm of the the, uh, the prisoner as he was hauling him.
So what I was going to do,
Mhm.
and you can tell me how this will work out, as far as if I have to take a strain or whatever. What I was wanting to do.
Oh wait, I got
Oh, okay.
Ah, fuck. No, it's too late now, I guess. Well, no, I can still do it. I'm going to suffer 2 strain
Okay.
to as a maneuver. What I can still do that, right?
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, I'll
No,
yield back
because
to
the
you for a
turn,
second.
like it's not an incidental, so I can't do it out of turn, right?
It's okay.
Oh.
I'll yield back to you. Finish
No, that's fine.
maneuver.
That's fine. Forget it.
Okay.
All
I'll
right.
do it on my
Just
next
keep
turn.
it in mind for your next turn. All right.
What I
Okay.
wanted to do here is, like I explained to me what I need to do to make this work. I wanted to move prisoner and myself behind the vehicle enough for protection.
Mhm.
Over here.
That's what I was gonna do.
Force him down to the ground,
Mhm.
and then aim and fire. So that is like a maneuver, and then an action, and then another maneuver. So do I need to take,
so
two
take
strain?
2 strain. Yeah, take 2 strain. We're gonna say your 2 maneuvers. One maneuver was to sort of move yourself and the prisoner over to the speeder. Your second maneuver was to kind of push him down to put him into a position of cover. And obviously he's weakened and he doesn't want to get killed, so he's gonna
Right.
sort of let you do that basically.
Do I get a boost die for aiming? Right?
No,
No.
because your one maneuver was to move into cover. The second maneuver was to basically put him down. Put him So
And then,
this
okay,
shot's
so
gonna be just a.
You do get a boost die from me though.
Oh, you do
Right.
get So you do get 1 boost die from that. So it's gonna be ranged
okay,
heavy,
and
and it's gonna
then
be.
was that normal or difficulty?
Which one are you shooting at? Are you shooting at the guy furthest up, right out front?
Yeah, single group guy.
Okay, so it's gonna be one difficulty, and you're gonna upgrade that because I'm flipping a destiny point. Or no,
To
actually, wait, nope, never mind. You're just gonna leave it as is.
I mean, it would make sense to make it a little harder because I had a guy with me. I had to
No,
maneuver him. No, okay.
Nope, we're just gonna go as is.
Here we go. Okay.
And don't forget, you can flip a destiny point to make your shot even better if you feel it's necessary.
Holy crap!
Wow. Wow.
All right, so any strain. If you've got any strain, you can feel free to use 3 of those advantages to remove all that strain, and you'd still have 3 left.
So I want to give a boost die to each one of you guys for sure, but that would leave me with 1 more advantage, and I don't really know what.
Well, you can do one of 2 things. You can do you can choose to use 2 advantage to give yourself.
I only used 3 there.
Yeah,
I could use
technically.
what
I'll
now?
use 3 advantage of I thought it cost 2 and 2 for one for boost die for each of you.
No, it only costs 2 if you add it to yourself. That's what I'm getting
I
at,
want to
Matt.
get rid of my strain then.
Okay, go for it.
I had 1 strain. I want to get rid of that with my 4th one. I didn't realize that was not 2.
Right.
Alright.
So,
So that leaves me with 3 advantages left, and if I give you and Ator a boost die, that would leave me with 1. But what were you saying now?
well, what I'm saying is, if you want to, you can use 2 advantage to what do you call it? To
Wait,
give
is that
yourself a
how it works?
boost.
I thought it's if it's someone that's not the next target, then it's 2, cost 2 advantage.
No, so 1 is add a boost to next allied character's next check. 2 is add a boost die to any allied character's next check. So
Yeah, so I thought it would cost 3 to add a boost die to the next 2 people, basically.
no.
Because it would be this one and this one.
No, it's to me, I'm thinking if you're adding 1 to the next allied character's check, and then basically once you've done that, it's you're adding it to the next one after that as well. To me, that's
Oh, okay.
that's 1 and 1. That's to me
Got
how it
it. Okay.
translates. If you're
Makes
adding
sense.
it to
Okay.
yourself, if you want to do it out of the order, or you're adding it to yourself, then it costs 2.
I see. Okay.
So that way, like if which I mean that doesn't exactly. It's a weird thing to think about the fact that you're not in a set initiative order anyway. Like that's the way we've been playing just for ease or whatever. But it's basically player checks.
Yeah.
But
All right.
whatever the case.
I got it though. Okay.
Now here's
Okay.
some other things. Matt is that you can do with 3 advantage if you don't want to do the boost to us. Is you can use those 3 advantage to ignore the like defensive sort of bonuses, which like the 2 guys back by the lamppost are kind of taking cover at the moment, right? Because like I said, it's the lamppost is kind of a wide sort of base, so they can both kind of use it as sort of cover. So you can negate the sort of setback die that we get from that for like the next time, like if Ator shoots or whatever. Or you can disable one of the targets instead of suffering wounds or strain. You can add 1 melee or range defense until the end of the next turn.
Well, don't forget this is for successful attack effects.
Yeah, I'm good with just throwing boost
Okay,
die.
okay, that
I'm
works.
just good with
We
throwing
gotta be
boost die.
careful of what we use on that for
Okay.
when it's not successful attacks.
I'm just
Alright,
good
so-
at throwing boost die at people and being done.
Okay. All right. So we'll do that. So all right. So then I guess it comes around to Garen's turn. So Garen, let's see. I'm trying to think of what I should do. Let me see. What is this? Right, so Garen is going to use his maneuver to close from short range to engaged with the closest assailant, and then he is going to attack with his lightsaber. So
He's gonna poke him. Yeah.
1 setback die from that. I think that was the only setback die, right? Was just the one I had from previous.
But I also gave you a boost die.
Right, so both you and
Yeah.
Ator gave me boost die.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
boom,
Don't forget
boom.
that.
And it's 2 difficulty. Doom, doom. And then.
And then.
It's the lightsaber check.
Yeah.
Alright, here we go.
Come on, no whammies.
Kick his ass, Seabass.
There
Yeah!
we go. Alright. Woo! 5 advantage!
What is it with our advantages right now? Gee.
I don't know.
Hell.
Alright, but I'm going to clear my strain with that. So, doop. And that'll have 2 advantages left over. I'm going to throw a boost die at each of you with that. And then
The force is flowing, baby.
I know, right? And then that successful attack, so that is 7 damage. Plus, it's got Sunder, so or Breach or whatever, so it completely into Soak. So that guy is gone.
Good job,
So
Mr. Farside.
so Garen, yeah,
Gown. He's a gowner.
He
He did a
closes.
leaping saber attack.
He advances quickly and does a bit of a flourish as he's advancing with the saber, and finishes out the flourish as he closes the distance with a downward swipe that catches the assailant across the midsection, also severing one of his arms as he does. One of the arms is holding his blaster, and the assailant, sort of lets out a cry as the
Now-
saber cuts through him, and then falls back. To the
Wilhelm.
ground, sprawling. All right, so there we go.
Well, now who murdered who?
Yeah. All right. And we are back at the top of the turn order, which is now another player turn. So, technically X and I, so it should be Ator. Well, actually, no, it's the top of a new turn, so it can be whoever.
Oh,
Yeah, it's top of a new
I
order.
vote Ator. Me and you just went back to.
Okay.
All right.
So what does Ator want to do
Jesus,
now?
they're down. So it's those two now.
Mhm.
I'm gonna use.
Pew pew.
Is there anything to hide behind
You can
besides the
the s-
speeder?
The speeder, no. Where the current thing is, the only sort of natural stuff here. Well, let's see. We'll say that there's
Alright,
sort
so
of an
I'm gonna
awning-
maneuver to the other side
Okay.
of the speeder. And actually, shit. No, that's not gonna. So they're behind cover, right?
Yeah. So there's one setback die for when you attack them, basically.
Yeah, I'm gonna move to the other side of the speeder and start. I'm trying to figure out how she'd feel about with the force. If she'd be like going for her lightsabers or if she'd be just sticking with that. Wait, she didn't get hit yet, right?
No.
No, she didn't get hit yet, thankfully. Okay, so yeah, she just stick with this. So she used one maneuver to get behind the vehicle there, and she's going to use her sensibility, gauge her sensibility.
Okay.
So
You commit a
commit one
die.
force die.
Okay. All right. Okay, so that is that player turn out. So one group was defeated. So now we have one minion, one NPC group. Let's see. So.
But she didn't use a roll, so it's still the next two people get the boost button die.
Right. Okay. All right. So, with their compatriot, having been cut down, and Garen being, out in the open, he's going to be the natural choice for them to target. So, and now, okay. All right. So it's going to be doop, and he is in short range, so it's going to be 1 difficulty, and.
Oh, cool! You have a defense.
Oh yeah, that's right. So I need to add a setback to their thing. That's right. It's because my armored clothing. I forgot about that.
Yeah, you better not forget about all your equipment.
Yeah, I've been so bad about that in the past. All right.
I know.
Okay, and we are going to. I think that's it for the check. So, oops. All right. Sweet.
Completely neutral.
Yeah,
One of each on each die.
that's fantastic. Yeah, so
Okay,
your
that's fine.
actually your advice there actually saved me. The what do you call it? The setback is actually what granted one of the
Oh, yeah.
failures.
Yep.
So cool. All right.
Sweet.
So as they're sort of demoralized and sort of in shock by seeing a lightsaber, which is something that they have never seen before,
They just cut that dude in half.
yeah, basically. So they're just like, taken aback by what they just saw, and they're sort of, trying to fire, at the person out front, but it's just, to no avail. Basically, it's rattled them. All right. So next player's turn. So Ator took hers. So it's down to either Garen or X. So which is it gonna be?
Flip a chance cube or something. I'll take blue.
You'll take blue.
You take red. Yep.
All right. Let's see here.
Make it easier that way.
Okay. So X, you're up.
All right.
Exodus.
And am I in medium range from them right now?
You are in medium range, yes, from behind your cover there.
I will take aim, and I will fire.
So add a boost die for your aim. You had a boost die from. Actually, you have to add a boost die from me and from Ator, right?
Oh yeah.
What? No.
No, did Ator?
That was last round. This round I didn't add any boost. I didn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna take all the boosts on a 9 boost die.
All right, so 2 boost die, one from Garen, one from your aiming.
Is it 2 difficulty? Because it's medium range.
Medium range is 2 difficulty, and I'm gonna upgrade it with this other
To challenge.
destiny point. Yep. So remove one difficulty, add 1 challenge.
There we go. Okay. Here we go.
All right, let her rip. And the dice are all over the place.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. So,
All right.
from behind cover, let's see. So that's 3 success. Your blaster does
8.
8, so that would be 11 total. That's crazy. Okay, they have 2 soak. Okay, so you are able to eliminate one of the 2. So how do you want to describe that occurring?
As I had forced him to the ground and made my shot the first time, I had a chance to refocus and aim at the second group. I took my time a little bit more after Garen had cut the guy in half, and I visibly could see the other 2 are disheveled. I aimed a little more calmly and focused and fired, and as I fired, my bolt pierced the guy that is not behind the protection here.
Not quite as much. Yeah.
And it made a direct hit on center mass and knocked him back a couple feet before he fell to his death.
Okay.
I thought you were gonna make it more gruesome than that. I thought you were gonna say as the guys open their mouths to scream in terror.
Oh no, there's no
advantage.
There's no advantage.
Through the back of his throat. And
there's no advantages. If I had advantages, I would have had like blood spurting on the other guy's face,
Oh,
partially blinding him or something.
It's
But no, I just successes.
It's PG, guys. Keep a Star Wars
Yeah,
in
it's
mind.
fine. Hey, it's PG-13. Okay.
PG-13.
By today's standards.
We've been talking about all kinds of stuff, so it's PG-13.
All right. So well done. All right. So that means it's now Garen's turn.
Well, technically, this feed's heard more than 2 F words, so we're in rated R territory, buddy.
I'm not talking about the stream. I'm talking about the narrative of Star.
Oh, it's hard. It's NC-17.
NC-17. Jeez. All right. Let's see.
It's rated E for everybody.
All right, so Garen is going to, having dispatched one of their attackers, he's going to, at this point, see there's still one left and raise his saber and sort of draw the force into himself and center himself and basically use his focus his attunement to the force to feel the vibrations, the intentions of the last attacker. So basically, I'm committing my force die to my sensibility. And I forgot to uncommit it from the last play session apparently. So, all right. So I now have the my force sense bonuses in place. All right, and that will take my turn basically. And we're back at the top of the order, so we have another player turn. So who wants to take it? Does anybody want to take it?
Ator.
I'll take it.
Okay. So
Let's
remember,
keep
this
the
guy
order
is
general.
behind the cover of the lamp post. So
Okay.
that will be a setback die.
So Ator is going to just aim and fire at him. So there's a setback die.
There's a setback
that?
die for that. And it is 2 difficulty because it's medium range. Don't forget to upgrade your die from your sensibility.
Flip a destiny point.
And add a boost die for aiming.
Flip a destiny point.
I'll flip.
Flip it.
Yeah, I guess so.
We have
Flip
all
it.
light side right now, so it's got to get.
You are
used.
not. You are not as proficient with the blasters you are with the blades. So I would flip.
Flipping a destiny point.
So that's a second upgrade, or a third, isn't it? Because you have 2 upgrades, right?
Should be a third.
Yeah.
So a third upgrade to your ranged heavy check, plus the boost die for aiming. And it's average difficulty plus a setback for his defensive posture.
Good
That's
lord.
2 proficiency and 1 ability, right?
I'm trying to see.
And 2 difficulty, and you said 1 setback?
1 setback because he's using cover.
Yeah.
And then
Cover,
there's some
and then-
boost dies.
Do I get how many boost die do I get? 1 for
2.
aiming. Did I get from anybody else?
1 for aiming. Yeah, I think you got 1 from
Yeah.
me. So add another
Yeah.
boost die for that.
There's
Oh,
2
from
boost.
Garen?
From Garen.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Alright. Okay. And I'm going to shoot at the last. Wait, Garen's not over by him, right?
No, not yet. No, he stayed.
Okay.
He kind of set his stance as he centered himself within the force and opened himself up to sense the flow of combat basically. So.
Even flow.
So you are good to go for your check if you're ready.
All right.
That's a wild check right there.
Yeah, it makes it fun when the dice pool gets crazy like that.
The
me?
setback rolled out. The setback rolled
Yeah.
out. That was great.
Yeah. So and it was blank, so that makes it that's fantastic.
That's great.
The
So-
success is 1 threat. Look at this. Look at the proficiency
Yeah,
die.
I know,
you
that's
got-
terrible. That's
Fucking
terrible.
blanks.
That's funny.
The
All right.
odds.
Proficiency dies.
All right. So take 1
Uh,
strain from that threat.
All right.
And your blaster. So you did 11 damage. Okay. So yeah, you eliminated him like
bye, sir.
with extreme prejudice, essentially. Like him hiding
Ooh.
behind that lamppost did nothing.
Tell me the tale. Tell
yeah,
me the tale.
So
So he
narrate
is
your-
aiming through his scope at her, and she is blasted bolt right through his scope.
Nice. Okay. So as the blaster bolt sort of.
If he ain't dead, he's at least blinded and out of commission.
Oh, he's gone.
Blinded
So
by
as your
the
blaster bolt sort of flies through the scope of his like basically they had heavy blaster pistols, but as it goes through the scope of his weapon, the scope sort of explodes in a flash, the blaster bolt going through it, and then of course it goes through his head as well, and he kind of slumps back with his in his spot as smoke sort of rises from the fresh opening.
Ocular wound.
So there you go.
And then we have to make sure we dispose of these bodies before the Death Stranding.
The Death Stranding. I actually haven't looked at anything on that game.
That game, I watched all the walkthroughs, and I would so happy that I didn't want to buy it.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah, the storyline ends up being hecka awkward and weird and campy in so many ways.
what?
And
a new game called Death Stranding. It's got Norman Reedus as the main character, and
Oh, that thing. Okay. I just saw like the preview thing of it with him.
yeah, No, thank you.
So, all right. So, all of our attackers eliminated.
You did.
You know, the crowd's dispersed. We can see it's plainly open. There are some bystanders that didn't flee all that far, but they were kind of way out of the way and kind of behind cover and stuff. People are
Okay,
alarmed,
so are
and
they all dressed the same, or do they seem different?
they are in similar garb to what our prisoner has. A little more. Well, actually, I should say they're dressed a little more to blend into the crowd, really. So, kind of have some smocks and wraps and things of that nature to
Okay.
appear more
Well,
like a
with her
bystander.
weapon still drawn, she's gonna head towards them and search each body there for information.
Okay.
I'm gonna get my dude inside the cab of the speeder
Okay.
and I'm securing the prisoner. He's our witness right now.
Okay. All right. And Garen is going to just look around basically, and with his lightsaber still drawn, and make sure that there aren't any other threats. Um, and again, as everything is unfolded, he doesn't really see any immediate need, so he kind of relaxes his stance and deignites his lightsaber and hooks it back to his belt. Um, and so as Ator comes to um, the assailants, she's searching the bodies. She doesn't really find. She finds maybe a little bit of pocket currency on a couple of them. No data pads.
How much pocket current?
Um,
Let's be specific.
so between the three of them, because of the exchange rate, we'll say that she if she would take it, if she would even be concerned with it.
She's searching for information, so she
Okay.
doesn't find any information on any of them.
No documents, no data pads, nothing. All she finds is their basically their form of communicators, um, of comm links basically. Um, but they are closed channel, um, you know basically just for coordinating their group. So no.
If you find any money, let me know, Ator.
Okay, so if there's a is there anybody around? Is it completely clear, or are people starting to come back now?
People are well. There's a few people sort of at the edges of the what became a combat zone, but they're very alarmed. You can tell just by the expression on their face and the way they're hiding and stuff. None of them look like they're intentionally, like, there's no sort of spying or like predatory intent in their expression, their body language, anything like that. You can tell they were just there for whatever they were going to do that day, and all of a sudden this craziness broke out around them.
They
So
seem like poor people or rich people, young, old, what? I
uh,
mean, just like in general, but
kind of
all
a
around.
mix. Like, yeah, it's they're it's they're all, none of them seem like they're that much lower status. Maybe one of them looks like they would have been someone there to sort of like sweep the street basically. But for the most part, they all look like, I guess you would say, sort of middle-ish class, and kind of not even really any higher than that. The ones that would have been higher class would have long bolted, basically, saving their hides. So,
Okay, so any money that she finds on them, she tosses to the youngest.
um,
Try to leave their worries.
okay.
Look, they're trying to bribe us to not report murder.
So as Ator tosses the money to
Does it
the
work?
sort of
Does
does it
that
work? As Ator, the person kind of catches it and looks at Ator, sort of shocked and bewildered, and kind of like doesn't even know how to process it, but sort of just holds on to it, like, okay, like he's obviously not going to reject it because of what he's just seen, but he just kind of holds it there, kind of like frozen.
Thanks, noble stranger.
Yeah.
Run, 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 run.
Yeah. God. Um.
So she doesn't find any information on any of them.
No, no information on any of the ones that we've
Okay.
eliminated here. It appears that they were sparsely geared strictly for the purpose that they were here for. Intentionally, if you were to look into it, you could perceive that it was intentional that they didn't have anything on them to give away why they were there. So, um, so you can draw what conclusions your character can draw what conclusions they would.
Yeah.
Um, and so then as
Gotta
we are
get to where we're going.
sort of finishing sort of like surveying the area, some local sort of police authorities would then start pulling up in speeders, sort of surrounding the area. Would Ator still have her sabers drawn and ignited? I mean, with you talking about tossing the money to the kid, I would assume.
No, she never had her sabers.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
drawn.
So, but would she still have her blaster sort of up at the ready, or would she have kind of lowered at that?
Like
at that
ready
point?
to pull out, kind of.
Okay, so but
Because
still.
she's been searching them, so she doesn't. So she doesn't have her gun in her hands.
Okay, so it's kind
Really,
of
but
slung
she's got it
sort
ready.
of at her side, basically.
She got her sling. Yeah, she got her sling.
Okay.
Quick draw sling.
Okay, but you're not actively holding it, so.
No.
And you said that Exodus.
I mean,
would have
she
been,
was until she started searching the guy.
right. You're saying that Exodus would have had his weapon holstered in while he was securing the guy, right?
Oh, I got the guy in the back seat. I'm basically almost sitting on him, and I'm at the ready.
Okay, so as they pull up, as these local authorities sort of pull up, you can see them sort of getting out of their vehicles. They have their own sort of blaster pistols and rifles kind of at the ready, because this has just been a combat zone and they're kind of moving in, and the driver, shoot, what was his first name? Gotta look at my
Weenus.
Farron. So Farron, our driver, he
Weenus.
It's not Weenus.
Okay.
Weenus. Good old Weenus.
he sort of steps out from behind the speeder, where he's he's kind of stood up at this point after hearing all the blaster fire subside and everything, and then as these authorities are coming out, sort of moving up on us, he has his hands up and he says, he calls out to them, they're not what is it? They're not a threat. They're with.
You're gonna say they're not the droids you're looking for.
They're not a threat. They're here on official business to meet with the Parator. And the officers kind of look to him, and kind of see that he's see his garb, and they see also sort of the speeder, and they recognize it as sort of official Parator's sort of equipment, basically. And so they kind of lower their blasters, and they're like, they ask, or they say, we need an official statement for the what just occurred here. And the driver kind of tells them, you'll receive an official statement from me once I have these people safely to the Parator's office. And the local authorities are kind of unhappy sort of about the idea of not getting a statement right there on the scene, and they're kind of conflicted, because this is like this government servant basically is kind of has authority, but they're also worried about jurisdiction and stuff. And the young man that received the money from Ator, basically he kind of stands up and he's like, I can tell you what happened. And the local the police basically are satisfied with the fact that they're going to get a witness statement there, and some of the other people that were kind of close by sort of move over toward the young man as well, and they're all willing to sort of give their statements also. So the sort of the lead um, officer that's there, he turns to the driver and says, um, "Make sure that they are taken straight to the Parator's office, and we expect that report or that statement as soon as possible." And the driver sort of bows his head forward um, and um, he bows his head to them, and sort of thanks in acknowledgement, and then he motions for Ator and Garen to come back to the speeder to proceed on their way. So is there anything that Ator would do in response to all that, or would she just proceed?
She goes straight to the front seat and gets in.
Okay. She's like, I don't want anything to do with anything that's gonna happen from this point. I just want to get to where we're going. Garen
Yep.
would kind of do the same. He would kind of sort of bow in acknowledgement to the officers and then move to the speeder and hop in the back seat with X and the battered prisoner, who's just kind of he's the prisoner's just kind of got his head down like, man, like this is bad, and
We just destroyed so many of his buddies.
yes.
We had great rolls, man. That was awesome.
So, all right. So
he's like, these guys are bad, dude.
he's kind of partially in shock from
Look to be alive.
from everything that's just taken place. By the way, is there a certain like playtime limit that you've got today, Matt? I want to be conscious.
No.
Okay. It is.
We can end whenever you need to.
Okay, cool. Because it's like it's. I just want to make sure, since it's like 2:00, we've been like playing for 4 hours. So. Okay.
We haven't played for like the past 3 times though.
No, I know. I'm fine with continuing. I just want to make sure that I just want to be conscious of, etc.
Yeah, I'm groovy, man.
Okay, cool.
Sweet.
1 sec. I'm going to need to turn my phone on to Wi-Fi actually. All right, and okay. So we hop in the Parator, or not Parator, the driver basically takes us on our way, following the route, and we find ourselves. Oops. Nope. Gotta navigate back to my.
Switch them up.
Yeah, I'm switching the map up real quick. So.
Cool.
And I guess I'll take one of these pawns here. Oops. I selected the wrong one apparently. Hang on.
You're the wrong one.
Unless I saved it named wrong.
I'm gonna touch you.
Okay, and then I gotta delete these two.
Stay away from me.
You'd like it. You'd like.
Stay away from me and my character. All right, so he needs to be this dude needs to be in the back.
Gotta cover all my bases.
My character does have a nice green tint to him, so we're close to the same shade, baby girl.
All right.
Not interested.
Nah. So as we're
Oh, you will be.
So we move down the streets. Obviously, we're a lot more alert and aware, just in case.
It's just he's pulled a Yoda move. You will be. You will be.
Whoa. That's the creepiest line in all of Star Wars history, right there.
Oh, that was epic.
Yeah.
That was so.
Just not only was it an
That's
unexpected.
what I mean. That's what I love about the original Star Wars trilogy. There's so much origin, so many original lines.
Right.
I love you. I know.
Yeah. Which that was all. That was
So
actually
many quotes.
all improvisation on
Yeah,
Harrison.
impressive. Most impressive.
Yeah. So. All right. Hey,
There's
Blender.
so many great.
The Blender just
All right,
joined the
get us
stream.
in the building.
Okay. Yeah. So the speeder proceeds without any more incident, despite the fact that was very very alarming.
We
Basically.
park inside the building.
Uh,
Where is this
No,
exactly?
this is the building.
What is this? A building
Oh,
for
okay.
ants?
So
This is
this
like
is
a
a fort.
wall. Yeah, it's like a wall basically, a defensive wall.
Okay.
So
Is this a
we move
building
through the
for
gate.
ants?
Of course, as we move through the gate, it's kind of a checkpoint, and then we
Uh,
proceed. The speeder pulls in and kind of lets us out at the
Nowhere to park in here.
very very cramped sort of accommodations. No, it's you know best I could do based off of random map generation stuff. So
That's all good. It's all good. Works
um,
out.
yeah, it gives us at least a basic sort of visual representation, and
Yeah.
I
Yeah. We
threw
get what
I threw
what we're
some
dealing with.
touches in there and stuff. But anyways, all right. So and as we sort of as we come through the checkpoint, the driver sort of gives his credentials and sort of like reassure or explanation to who everyone, including this beat up dude in the back seat is basically, and then the guards at the front gate basically wave us in, and the driver pulls right up to the main front entrance and drops us off at the entrance, and we sort of thank Farron for his assistance, and he nods with a smile and
Thanks, Weena.
it's not his name's not Weenus.
You let him speak for himself. Farron Weenus is a family.
it's a nickname.
46 generation. The Farron Weenus family.
So all right. Um,
His girlfriend goes up to you and says, "Don't touch my wiener."
ah.
Thanks for keeping my Weenus safe.
Oh god. um.
That's what we're here for, to protect the Weenuses of the galaxy.
All right. So as we proceed into the main entrance of the building, Exodus, you know, maintaining his hold on the prisoner, who is, um, he's not struggling or anything. At this point he's resigned himself to his fate. He's seen what we're capable of. We're now well within the estate of um, the estate of this Parator that is the opposition of who sent him, and so he's just kind of dragging his feet as he you know is brought along, kind of dragged by Exodus. As we enter the main entrance and come to sort of the reception desk at the front, the receptionist is kind of wide-eyed at this group, because they were expecting us, but they weren't exactly sure what to expect, and obviously we're all dressed differently than what they're used to seeing, and then we've got this again this prisoner with us, and Garen would say give his name, Garen Farstride of the Resistance, the one of the off-worlders that contacted your office to meet with the Parator. And the receptionist kind of nods and says, "Oh, yes. Farron told us, or Farron reported as he was entering the gate for us to be ready for your arrival, and the Parator is ready to see you. Let me just notify him very quickly and make sure that you're okay to go in." And so she turns to sort of this console on very sort of built into the desk console, and it's all very nice, and she hits a quick key, and basically sets the raises the Parator, who's responds yes, and the receptionist says, "Yes, sir. Your appointment is here. Your afternoon appointment is here." And the Parator responds, "Very good. You may send them back." And so the receptionist nods to, or basically, "Yes, sir," and nods to our group, and says, "He will see you. Follow the hall behind me, and take." Or actually, she basically says that she'll lead us. So she steps up from her desk, sort of keys into her console at basically what looks like to be a sort of an answering thing, and then kind of motions for us to follow her, and leads us back to through a hallway, a couple of turns, and then to an office door that opens for us. And then she sort of motions for us to step in, and as we step in, she proceeds back down the hall toward her desk. Now, as we enter the office, the gentleman, is dressed in, very nice, very sort of obviously official, very looking clothing. It's visually obvious who this, that this is the leader that we are here to see, and he kind of, he looks at each of us and sort of looks puzzled as he looks back at the person that Matt, is in binders, that Exodus, sorry, not Matt, that Exodus, has in his grasp, and his first he greets us as, "It is well to meet you. I am Parator Banis Yorn, and you are the off-worlders that said you had some information that could be some information which could protect me. And I'm curious as to what that information is, as well as who is that." And he kind of nods and indicating, who he's questioning about, which is the person that Exodus has in tow. Would Exodus speak up at that point as far as who this?
What was that lady's?
Geneth Fendrel is her full name, so Fendrel is, kind of what she'd be referred to.
And is it Praetor? What
Wait,
was
is
her
this the
title?
Parator?
Parator Fendril.
Okay. Well then, Ator is definitely going to want to see what he's like.
So
Or she's going to want to use her sensibility on him.
Yeah, you can do that while I'm talking.
Okay. So go ahead and do
it'll all be happening at the same time. So
do your force sense.
X will basically just say, "Yeah, Parator Fendril sent her assassins to take us out. This is one of them. He already admitted that she assigned him to." And be like, "She made us a proposition to get some dirt on."
So I can sense his emotions, but I can't sense his thoughts.
Okay.
So I can sense his current emotional state, but not what he's thinking.
So his current emotional state is, he's defensive. He's very alert, and sort of obviously like cautious and suspicious. So.
Okay, so then, yeah. So sorry. So Exodus is talking to him.
So Exodus,
Oh
says,
yeah, you're good. I'm just telling.
Yeah.
She had asked us to get some dirt, and then looking into him, we ended up wanting to make this meeting. And on our way over, she sent her assassins to kill us. I guess she assumed we were going to betray her. And here's one of them. His name is Stannis Weenus. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm just saying. Here's one of them.
Right. Okay, hang on one sec. I gotta.
He's agreed to give testimony in trial.
Testimony in trial. All right. So. So that the Perador. How do you say it?
Parator.
Parator.
Yeah. So the Parator, he kind of raises an eyebrow, and this is all very informal compared to what he's used to as far as business goes. And he says, "I see. Well, I'll need to have some of my people investigate this, but I can't say that I would be too surprised if this was indeed Parator Fendrel's approach to a situation. Unfortunately, we probably won't find much of anything that would be undeniable to tie her to this individual and his attempt to take your lives."
Ator asked him, "What is your history with Fendril?"
Sexual. No, I'm joking.
She mainly says this so that she can understand his emotions when he's thinking about her. When that name comes up, what is it? What I want to. She wants to know what his emotional state is when she asks that,
So
and she's also curious about his response.
So he kind of, sighs in sort of disappointment and frustration. And his emotions, you sense that he's still kind of guarded and suspicious, but you're not really sensing any like deceptive intent. And he says, "My history with Parador Fendrel is strictly political. We don't have any personal relation of any kind. But I have enough experience with her political maneuvering to know that when she's after something, she'll do whatever she deems necessary to get it."
Aggressive woman.
um, so, let's see. Trying to think if he'd say anything other than that.
I mean, I think you should.
Did you? So you
Speak
guys
up,
aren't going to
Gabe.
say the offer that she gave?
That's
no?
exactly what I was
Yes or
going
no?
to say. That's exactly what I was going to ask. Gabe.
Yeah, actually, yeah,
I
that
think
is
you should speak up.
Ator would. She's just kind of curious, but she wouldn't ask that stuff. So
right.
I don't know if you.
Garen would kind of nod in agreement to, or sort of acknowledgement of what Parador Yorn has just stated, and he'd say, "Well, she was definitely after in evidence that she claims would incriminate you as her opposition for a council primus, I think she called it. She claimed there was evidence of you using government assets to for a personal agenda. She wanted to use it to discredit you, and she made it very clear, not only when she spoke with us, but by the attack that just occurred, that she would be willing to do whatever she needed to do to silence us if we tried to incriminate her." Parador Yorn would turn and kind of look pensive as he considered the information he's gotten, and he would nod, um, putting everything sort of together and explain, and would turn to readdress the group and say, yes, as her primary opponent for Council Priminus, I can see I can see her. I know how much she wants the power of that position. And I see that as your off-worlder, she saw an opportunity to use someone that she could deny any personal association with your interference. That's why she wanted to keep you silent.
Did his emotional state change when he was when they brought up the corruption charge?
Yes, it was the emotional state that you sensed from that would be. I'm trying to think of how to describe the emotional state.
Trying to figure it out. Is it worry? Is it
it would be concern over.
annoyance?
Yeah,
Is
it would be a feeling of like um,
dread? I don't know.
being misunderstood, um,
Okay.
and frustration over that, and concern over it, kind of all sort of intermingled, as it was brought up. So,
All right.
um, so Garen would continue. He would say, "Look, what we're here on Adamar for is we need allies for the resistance. We're facing the threat of the First Order, and it is a formidable threat. If we don't find allies to stand with us against them, they will take hold of the galaxy, and they will oppress everyone that they have the power to do so. We met with Parator Fendrel at her request, and we were hopeful that we could find an alliance with her, which she did offer. And we were tempted because we are in serious need of allies. But ultimately we wanted to come to you because we wanted to know more about you and your stance, and we definitely didn't want to create an alliance with a less than I don't want to say, I'm trying to think of the right word, with a
Less than reputable.
yeah, I guess you could say a less than honorable uh, uh, individual, or yeah, I guess we'll say individual for now, with a less than honorable individual, because as much as we need allies, we also believe in what the resistance stands for, and we don't want that to be sullied. So we need to know, Parator, if we can trust you more than we can trust her. And we need to know what these accusations are about. Now, as the Parator kind of looks to Garen and kind of concerns, is kind of considering how he should approach it, Ator would sense some hesitation at wanting to sort of reveal the information initially.
Okay, then okay, so I'm gonna go off of my sensing his emotions, and I'm gonna try to influence his emotions.
You're gonna use your influence power.
Yeah, I want to use my influence power on him.
Okay.
So when guiding and shaping, okay, so a character may attempt to guide, shape, and even twist the thoughts and feelings of others. When guiding and shaping thoughts, only generate negative. Only positive may be used to generate positive emotions such as peace, tranquility, and friendliness. Other emotions such as confusion can be generated by either.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try to influence him to be friendly.
Okay. Okay.
Sweet. Wait, do I need one or two? I just need one, right?
I think it's just the base
Yep,
power, right?
just one.
Yeah, it's just one.
Yeah, just one.
Okay, so uh, do you want to describe any sort of like, are you gonna do like a hand wave, or are you gonna like, because you're thinking about this sort of like a mind trick kind of a thing. So how do you want to approach it? You don't. You're obviously
Um.
just influencing his emotions,
Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Wait. 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 Wait.
not
Okay.
directly his thoughts. So you're not like, it's not gonna be like the stormtrooper thing where you're gonna wave your hand and he's gonna say what you say.
No. 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 I think I got it. Um. Uh. As as uh as he's talking, you suddenly notice him looking towards uh towards Ator, and she's looking him deep in the eyes, and then he just goes almost into a trance, hypnotic trance, and then he snaps back to and has a smile on his face,
Okay.
slow, like a gentle smile on his face,
Okay.
as if he's just suddenly not climax, but not talking about sexual stuff, but like
Sure,
like
buddy.
he's just suddenly
Sort of a euphoric
had a
feeling
weight
almost.
had a weight come off his shoulders.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So, as we see this shift in the Parator's sort of expression and body language, you can see he's kind of more, expressively a little more open. And he says, there was a blast sword duel that got out of hand, and it started a fire, and the fire burned an entire farm to the ground. It was a bit in the a bit on the outskirts of a rural region, and um, unfortunately, those that could respond to help fight the fire were not there in a timely manner. This family were longtime friends of my family, and I moved to use. There was some land that was owned by our uh, territories, uh, by our territory's government. Basically, I'm trying to say this as politically as I can, but bear with me. But he says, and it was land that was undeveloped, and there were no future plans for it. So I gifted this land to that family in order to help them recuperate from this loss. But I did so without the approval of our territory's council. And so it has been frowned upon that I've done so. But that is the evidence that Parador Fendril is so eager to get a hold of, and I do my best to protect it because it's difficult for a politician such as myself to remain in a position where I can help people if things like this are twisted to be used against me. Do you either how do either of you kind of want to respond? Like,
She's not gonna respond in any like physical or verbal way, but I'm gonna flip a destiny and as a influence of having him want to give up part when he leaves us, or when we leave him, either way, that he will part us with a gift of either information or something else.
Okay.
Whatever the GM wants.
All right.
Physical favors. The GM's lonely.
uh, too true. Too true.
Of
Now,
course, that's not till the end. So once we're all done, so you have some time to think about.
so Garen,
So what is Garen and X gonna say to him?
yeah, does X have does Exodus have anything to say? Because I'm again I'm trying to.
Not really. I mean, so far the conversation out loud has been good enough for me. So
Okay. All
I
right.
just want to
Well, I'm
keep going.
still trying to get him to agree to an alliance or something like that.
Right.
Or is that conversation done with?
No, we're getting to
Or-
that. It's kind of leaning that direction. So, Garen, um, sort of satisfied with the answer that was given, nods and he says, "Parator Yorn, the Resistance does need your help, and I understand from what we've learned in our time here that the the world of Adamar is not united and doesn't want to become involved with outside affairs. Um, okay, so here's what I'm going to do as well. Um, I'm going to run a negotiation check for this um, with Banis's. I guess it would be discipline. I think, or no, wait, what would it be for? I guess it'd be negotiation back, wouldn't it?
Negotiation against
Yeah,
negotiation usually.
yeah. So all right, so it's gonna be negotiation for Garen, and as
But I'd say you should give your. I say you should give Garen a boost die since I used influence on him to be friendlier.
that's what I was gonna do, and I'm gonna flip a destiny point
Cool.
as well to upgrade the check once. To upgrade my die.
Don't go dying on us.
Now Banis, let's see, negotiation is based on. Let's see, he would have. I think he would have a 4 in willpower and intellect. So, but let's see, negotiation is. Oh, it's actually presence. Oh wait, he would have presence. So, trying to think. Okay, so Banis would have a 4 in presence and intellect, and he would have 2 ranks in. Wait, let me think. All right, so I'm gonna do this. He's gonna boom, boom, boom. All right. Yeah. Okay. Karen's going to appeal to. Oh my God.
Oh man,
Oh
take
man.
take the failures, strains or something. Make it narratively work.
I know. I know. All right.
Jeez, upgraded, huh? Oh damn.
Yeah, that was an upgraded check and everything. All right. So Garen proceeds with appealing to Parador Yorn's um, uh, conscience and all that kind of stuff, and he says, um, despite uh, despite um, despite Adamar's will to remain isolated from the galaxy outside, eventually you'll not be able to remain that way. The First Order has already been here, already almost succeeded at taking some of your people, and they're not going to stop there. When they see the resources, more of the resources that this world has to offer, they are going to come to take them. And while I'm here asking for your help, it's also me offering our help. And you've seen what we're capable of, just our small group, what we can do. And if you think about what we can do together, we can stand against the First Order, not only for Adamar, but for the rest of the galaxy as well. Imperator would wrestle internally. Imperator Yorn would wrestle internally at the arguments being presented to him, and would eventually he would sort of shake his head in almost a sort of Ator would sense sort of a sense of defeat to an extent, and doubt.
Oh, she's not
essentially.
sensing him anymore. She's influencing him. So
Oh,
she
okay,
can't
that's
sense
right. You
his,
shift. That's right.
emotional.
You shifted the influence basically. So, at any rate, so despite Ator's influence, he would reply, "I can't officially offer Halbigard's support for the resistance. My position is already under threat, and with me seeking to gain the office of Council Priminus, I can't risk losing that, especially considering Parator Fendrill's dogged pursuit of that office herself. I can, however, offer the name of someone who might be willing to offer their support."
Jesus Christ of Nazareth. He lives on Terran Prime.
Let's see. Hang on one sec.
This could be 2000 ago. Possible.
It's gonna be what?
I said this could be happening 2,000 years ago. It's possible.
There is a group of what some would call extremists who have stood in opposition to our isolation. They've paid attention to what's gone on in the galaxy over many decades between the Clone Wars and the war between the Empire and the New Republic, and they felt sympathetic to the idea of getting involved in order to protect Adamar rather than keep us isolated. They have a group that I am aware of on the outer portions of our territory. I will admit no association to this group, and I will simply give you the name and leave it to you to find them. His name is Kalik Teldon. You may be able to find some support there. As for your prisoner, we will take him off your hands. Make sure that he is secured so that he cannot get back to his employer. And perhaps we can use the information from him to make some good influence as well. Thank you for making me aware and for bringing this evidence to me, and I hope that what I've provided for you will be adequate for your cause. Okay, so before Garen sort of continues.
Ator would interject really quickly and says, "We are now in trouble because of you. What kind of protection are we going to get from Fendril once we leave here?"
The
Your your quarrel has put our lives in danger.
The Parator kind of sighs and considers for a moment. We will turn this to our advantage as a whole. Using this prisoner that you provided, I will bring I will bring Parator Fendril into direct accusation of an attempt on your lives. This will turn her attention more toward that than continuing to eliminate you. And since the information is now in my hands and being used by me, which was her primary threat, she'll have less interest in trying to eliminate you, as you've already served your purpose in delivering this information to me. Does that sound agreeable to Ator?
Trying to think of what she would respond with. I would think Garen would be the one that respond to him on that. I don't know. Wait, that's what.
Well, see, Garen is sort of considering everything at play, and he's considering what the what the Parator could do. I mean, and Garen is sort of sympathetic. After hearing what the Parator had to say about the government assets being used for the personal agenda, which was helping these people that needed it. He's understanding of the Parator's position, where he sees the Parator as, at the very least, a less threatening person to gain the position of Council Primus, since he's after it, and sees that there could be potential help even if that occurs in the future. So he doesn't want to ask for any more assistance in that regard, because he has faith in our group's ability to sort of defend themselves. He's grateful for the aid that Parator Yorn has offered them in the name, and he's also what do you call it? He's sympathetic to the Parator, his position and not wanting to endanger that himself. So Garen's not going to ask for any more aid other than what he's gained or what he's offered. I mean, you're not going to know any of that, but you're just going to see that Garen's not going to speak up. Basically, he's not going to.
Trying to think of what Ator would say then. That situation, I guess she'd say something, but because her concern is their safety right now.
Right.
And she's still paranoid that they're going to be out to get her.
Right.
Just that the Fendril chick is going to be out to silence her. So I guess she'd respond by saying to him, to the Parator. What's this Parator's name again?
Parator Yorn. That's his last name.
Yorn. She's going to ask him, do you have anywhere where we could be safe in the meantime while we wait for the information to get out so that we're no longer a target?
He
somewhere hidden from Fendril.
He kind of strokes his cheek, sort of furrowing his brow, being concerned with how much involvement he's having, or he might have with our group of outsiders, and of course he's always got to weigh his position and what he might be able to do, given what his goal is and all that kind of stuff. But
but he's in a very giving mood right now.
yeah, I know.
You could say the Force is stroking his
His what?
Ego?
Easy. um,
Just want to
No,
know.
he is the force is unburdening him of his responsibilities as Parator, kind of.
so, so Parator Fendril, or not Fendril, Parator Yorn, as he's kind of considering things, he says, there is a public retreat which is often used for, um, as an accommodation for political guests.
Spotty.
I can offer you accommodations there, as well as given the current outbreak of violent activity that just took place within our city, I can make sure that police enforcement is increased along certain routes and at the at the retreat.
Thank you. We'd appreciate that.
Garen would nod in approval to Ator and then bow to the Parator. Parator Yorn, we thank you very much for your assistance, and we hope that we have been of help to you in through our actions here. And Parator would bow in return and say, you have been most helpful, and I hope perhaps things will turn in a direction that allow me to be of more assistance in the future. You may, if you proceed back out to, or if you proceed back out to the entrance, the receptionist will arrange for transportation for you to return to your ships, and we will provide the the coordinates to the private retreat where you can, which I have told you about. As he's said that, he kind of also, sort of keys something into a console on his desk, and the door to the office opens, and a couple of armed men proceed in, and they look to, they're kind of moving toward the prisoner, and they look to Exodus like, hey, can we have this guy, basically. Are you muted? Are you responding?
Exodus?
So I was muted.
I was like, we're not hearing anything, dude.
Sorry, man. I mute it sometimes when the TV's loud or something.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Sorry. Ask the question one more time.
So the two basically armed guards come in, and they're moving toward the prisoner, and they're kind of looking to
Yeah.
you like, hey, we're here to take this guy, basically.
I'll just remove my binders and hand him over.
Okay, so they take binders of their own and rebind him, and the guy is just he's just not looking at anybody. He's resigned to whatever fate's coming his way, and they take him out the door, and that's the last you see of him.
Bye, Felicia.
So, all right, and then having sort of settled the conversation, essentially, the Parator once it's sort of formal bowing and farewells, and then
Hi.
Tor bows back to him.
and the Parator motions toward the door and says, may your journey be safe and fortunate. And
May
Garen,
the force be with you as well.
So Garen would bow and say, "May the force be with you," and
Don't die.
lead the group out. Don't. Is that X's?
No.
X's for don't die. Okay. So
He just nods.
All right. So as you know, we exit and follow the pathway that the receptionist. We make our way back to the main entrance, and the receptionist sort of smiles, professionally and warmly to us, and says, "There is a speeder waiting out front for you. They'll take you back to your ships at the starport."
We have an armed escort that's going to take us to.
As we proceed out front, we see that there is, Farron Terrell. He kind of waves to us, more familiar with us, in the speeder we were in, and there are two individuals on, sort of speeder bikes in the same sort of color and paint job as the speeder that we were in, with lightly armored individuals, sort of behind the speeder, basically. So.
Yeah, we haven't had too good of luck with having speeders behind us.
These are these are particularly less threatening, at least to us. So, yeah.
I was gonna say, if they're less threatening, then why bother?
Less threatening to us. Make that very clear. Less threatening to us. Is Ator going to be in the front seat again? Like, is she gonna like claim
Yeah,
shotgun?
I guess so. I guess she would be.
Okay, so Garen
Let
would.
the boys in the back.
All right, there we go.
The boys can converse in the back there.
All right, and so as we take our seats, Farron sort of confirms that we're ready to go, and he kind of communicates to the our escorts, and they acknowledge, and then we proceed out the main gate and back out onto the same path we took, because it's really the main, least congested, sort of way. The city is fairly tightly packed except for some main sort of speederways. And so on our trip back to the ship, does anybody have any strain currently?
Ooh, I don't think I do. I think mine was gone because of my.
I have one.
Okay, feel free to roll for whichever stat you feel is appropriate. I think it's either cool or discipline, right?
All right.
Whichever one you want to roll for recovering strain. Okay, so your strain is completely, you're good. Like, you must have taken some meditative breaths or something, and so you're completely relaxed.
She was Twi'leki.
she was tweeing her legs.
Oh, we have no idea.
Let's keep this PG, okay?
So as we're
Remember, rated E for everyone, okay?
yeah, exactly.
Denied.
There's a little something for everybody.
I have a side statement.
Okay.
While we're riding, I kind of say loud enough for Ator and Garen to hear me and say, couldn't help but notice how the Parator's attitude changed halfway through the conversation. That wouldn't have been one of you, would it?
Garen kind of smirks and raises an eyebrow at looking over at Ator, and he would comment, "Yeah, I kind of noticed the same thing."
Ator just keeps looking on ahead, like she didn't even.
She's not gonna admit that she had anything to do with it. Garen would kind of clear his throat.
Especially now with a driver right next.
Garen would kind of clear his throat, consider the situation, and he would say, if we were to have any influence over an individual, we would need to be very careful about what that influence would be. And he would just kind of leave it at that as far as that train of thought goes. And then he would sort of turn to Exodus and ask him how he was holding up through all of this.
Let me Bubba. It's gonna be better. Play Bubba. I'll get you another one in a minute. Sorry.
Or
Exodus would respond by basically saying, I'm doing good. I just don't. I'm not aware of the same things you guys are. Me and the Force been in good terms in a while, and being around you has brought strange feelings and emotions. I seem to struggle to be able to focus on the Force. I don't. I need something. I need help. My mind is confused quite often, and I feel like you guys are far more centered than I am.
Garen nods in understanding, and he considers for a moment how to sort of approach the situation and what is his what he's thinking, and then he addresses Exodus, and he says, when you have a connection to the Force, you can't help but feel that connection and its influence in and around you. But if you fight it, it's only going to cause conflict within. I know that you're not very trusting or fond of the ways of the Jedi, but I think you have to admit that during your time at the temple, you did find a sense of peace and purpose.
Yeah, you're right. I never did quite feel like I belong, but for some reason I feel like I fit here.
Garen kind of subtly smiles and nods at the sort of at that statement, and he says, "I agree. I think you do too." To be honest, I feel like it's the Force's will that you ended up here, and I feel two other things as well. One, I feel like the Resistance could really use your help. I've seen how capable a pilot you are. I know how capable you are considering what abilities I've seen you used to exhibit at the temple, and how good a shot you've been since you've been here. And I also feel that you should open yourself back up to the guidance and the will of the Force, and I would be grateful if you gave me the opportunity to help you on your path.
I'm not sure anymore of what's meant to be or what happens in the ways anymore, but I'm beginning to believe again that the Force may be what we need at this time. My mind continues to recall times at the temple, things that Master Luke had spoken to us. And yet, I still feel like I'm in a dark hole at the end of a long hallway. And and you guys are at the opposite end. I need to be in the light. I need to find a way out of the shadow. I feel like a part of me is trapped away. And I just need help finding who I really am.
Well,
Ator, I know you're listening, and I may not know you, but I feel like you are growing in the Force. And I accept Garen's invitation under one condition. If you would agree to also mentor me in
Sorry, hold
ways.
on a second.
Okay. And then I froze
Sorry,
in
my
space and
nose
time.
interrupted. Sorry, what were you saying? You interrupted.
Oh
I
no,
just missed the very last part.
Oh no, I just said I heard. I said Ator. I know you're listening, because she's always listening. I said I know you're listening. Um. Um. And I agree to take Garen's instruction under one condition. I know that although you are, newer in the Force, you have started to learn how to control your emotions, and I would love for you to be able to show me meditative techniques to do that, to grow my connection to the Force.
Just say, I'm sorry, but I don't know you, and I don't trust you.
Oh, okay. Oh, you too, buddy. No, just say, all
Hey, this
right.
isn't me. This is my character.
Okay. Say, all right. I don't foresee us being able to work together. I can only give myself to a cause where those around me can trust me. So I don't know if the resistance is for me. If she represents part of the resistance, I don't think this is going to work.
Garen sort of frowns and
Yeah, I don't know if Garen would be the one that answer. Just if you just wait for her response.
Garen would very much want to speak up because he's
Kinda what I thought.
very much a believer in I mean he's for the resistance. He's very much he's gonna sort of speak as much as he can to for the cause of the resistance essentially. So he would kind of sigh in a little bit of frustration, but more gathering his thoughts and focusing on a solution. And he would turn to Exodus and he would say, the thing about the resistance is that we each still retain our own individual will. And while we might not always work in unity, while we might not always work in unity, we do work in harmony of intention for the goodwill of others. And just because Ator might not be willing to extend her trust and personal instruction, she has shown that her intention is for the well-being of others and has fought alongside you. And regardless of that, I trust you. And I think you know you can trust me. And I can help as far as teaching you how to meditate and center in the Force as well. It's techniques that I need to practice myself more often. Together, we can help each other.
Well, I'm not going to greenlight a new Resistance membership. And after what we've been through, even in Starship Battle, some of the few skirmishes we've been in, if that doesn't earn the trust of companions around me, I'm not sure what really does. So as far as this team goes, there may not be much of a future. But you have freedom to contact me and for us to communicate in growing in the Force together.
Garen sort of furrows his brow and nods and kind of not exactly happy with the sort of discord um, and how things progressed at this point, but he also maintains his hope that everything will come together, and he nods and says, "I'm grateful that you're not shutting us out completely."
Well, I'm not shutting you out.
And Garen nods in acknowledgement of his statement. Was there anything else pertinent that anybody wanted to address or say before we, basically get to the landing pad?
I'm good.
No, she's just keeping an eye out of the place right now. She's still Ator is still paranoid and uh, looking about, kind of on edge still.
Right.
Um, and keeping an eye out for enemies, basically.
Right. All right. Let me see here. Okay. All right. So, as we pull into the starport, we can see there's a much heavier sort of guarded presence here, and it's the sort of official police forces that we saw, sort of respond to the to the outbreak of violence, in the sort of town center earlier and stuff. And the driver, he sees that we're kind of looking, around at, this increased presence, and he says, the Parator coordinated with the police force and wanted to make sure that there wouldn't be any more attempts on your life, at least, or as we brought you back to your ships. And Garen would say, "Thank you very much for your help today." And the driver kind of chuckles and he says, "I don't feel like I did much other than hide behind the speeder, but I'm glad I got you from A to B at least." And so Garen would hop out of the speeder at that point and start to head toward the Ardent.
Oh yeah. I'd go meet up with Spondaz.
Okay. And Spondaz is actually coming back from around behind the flare and heading toward the steps down from the landing pad. He'd look to X, and he's kind of wiping his hands with a rag, and he says, "Hey, I had time to give your ship a look over. It looks like somebody." It looks like somebody reversed the polarity on one of your motivators, and it was definitely intentional. But I got it straightened out, so you should be all right now.
Thanks, Bondaz. I really appreciate it, man.
Spondaz gives a a smile and a nod and a wave as he heads down and starts making his way back toward the yard.
Hey, can I give you some credits for compensation?
Spawn does waves, sort of like waves, sort of like as a basically his indication of no thanks kind of thing. He shakes his head and he says, "That's what the resistance is here for, to help people. Besides, I like working on things."
Well, thank
I
you,
was
sir.
thinking if Spawn, I was thinking Spawn would say, I ain't gonna say no to money.
Well, remember, Spawn does is a believer
Not
in the
not
resistance.
necessary, but I'm not gonna say no.
Yeah, remember, Spawn does is a believer in the resistance cause, so he,
Yeah.
he joined the resistance out of intention to help people, and so Garen would sort of
So, so then as Spawn goes up to Garen and Ator, then Ator is going to say, are you okay? We got into some trouble. We're kind of worried about you.
he kind of looks at Ator like, okay, and he's like kind of shrugs and he says, "Everything was fine here. I just worked on the ships."
Ator says, was there anything strange about our ships? Any listening devices or uh, any viruses? Anything like
He kind of looks at the Ardent and kind of thinks about it for a minute. He says, "No, everything was ship shape."
Well, we were attacked by mercenaries. Well, wait, would Ator would they be mercenaries to Ator, or just or
I
thugs or
mean,
something like that?
you could. I mean, you could say assassins because that's essentially what they were doing. They were there to try and
Okay.
I mean, you could say
We were
mercenaries.
attacked
It's
by assassins sent by Fendril.
like Spondos would kind of like jerk his head back, like, "Whoa, and really."
Was it a trap?
It's a trap.
He'd say, "Well, I'm glad you're okay then."
We're okay, but we're being sent to a place where we should be safe and shouldn't be attacked again.
Spondos kind of just nods in acceptance, like, "Okay, sounds good to me."
All right, I guess I'll just head back to the ship.
Okay. So Spawn does as they're heading back up. Spawn does like um, waits for like holds up for a second or like stops for a second, turns back to the look toward the flare, and he brings up his comm and tries to raise Exodus on the comm.
Here, hello.
And so as he gets Exodus on the comm, he says, "Well, by the way, I also had enough time to fix the motor on your turret, so should be properly functioning now."
Again, Spondos, thank you, man. I really appreciate it.
Spawn does kind of gives you a smile and a thumbs up, and as you can see him through the viewport of your ship, and then sort of proceeds up into the Ardent as well.
All right, so is our damage from the ship done? Gone down?
Oh yeah. Sorry, everything for the ship should be gone.
Strain damage.
Yeah, strain damage should be. Actually, we should put the. Oh no, that's right. It counts up to the threshold. So, all right. So we're all back aboard. Garen kind of, everybody sort of assumes their stations aboard ship. So Garen raises Exodus on the comm and says, "Flare, this is Ardent. Are you gonna come along with us to the retreat or to the retreat that the Parator told us about?"
I'm not sure. thinking maybe I need to head home, sort some things out.
Garen pauses for a moment. He says, "Well, I can't tell you what to do, but if you came along, I could potentially help you with your connection to the Force."
I'm sorry.
Exodus just rams the flare into the Ardent.
My turret's working. Third brother is at your. No, I'm joking. I just got a lot going on in my head right now, Garen. I'm. Oh, sure. I'll follow you there just to make sure you don't get hit by somebody again.
Garen, there's another momentary pause, but then Garen, quickly responds, "Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it." And so then the ships both lift off from the landing pads from Thanatan's city and proceed away from the borders of the metropolitan area out over fields and trees and moving away to a much more rural place.
Rural.
Rural.
Round.
Roads.
Roads.
Rude.
All right, and as we, move through the air, the sun is setting on that day, and the sunset on this planet is lovely shades of like oranges and purples and reds and such, and make our way to a facility that is looks like a good combination of modern and rustic, and there is a landing pad that is looks more than just industrial. You can tell that even the landing pad itself has been sort of modified to appear much more sort of warm, I guess you could say, in appearance, welcoming. And you can tell that the appearance of this facility is really intended to be inviting. And so, as we set down, there are landing crews there that wait for the ships to set down, and then they move up toward them to start connecting fuel lines and do all the necessary sort of landing maintenance procedures and stuff, and basically I think we're gonna go ahead and stop there because honestly this is sort of impromptu stuff that I wasn't quite prepared for. So
You can get it. You know what you're dealing with for next time.
yep, exactly. So
Good gameplay. We had a lot of really good rolls in battle.
yeah, I feel I was happy with the session. So
I'm gonna reward myself with
Really
1,000
bad
XP.
dice rolls too.
yeah. It was
I forget the friggin' 2 proficiency die, and both of them were blank,
yeah, that was crazy.
and I still got a success.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
All right. So because of everything that we accomplished today, we're all getting 35 experience points.
Yay.
So,
Woo-wee.
big money.
Big money.
Woo, doggy.
Because we had some, great rolls, good, fun combat, great choices on everybody's parts as far as how to respond to the combat, especially, great use of the Destiny points, especially the narrative use of the Destiny point for the accident that eliminated two of our enemies.
Yeah, good call on that one.
We all kind of achieved some good
That
personal.
was Destiny Point and a triumph.
Yeah, yeah.
Cos-
So we all did good as far as sort of like personal character um, conduct. Like with Exodus securing the prisoner. Very sort of uh, good call out to his background. Let's see, I get it, 35. So 1, 2, 3. Um, as far as like his bounty hunting sort of profession and stuff, and sort of just practical approach. Ator with really relying on her force connection to the beings around her in many different ways. Both in combat as well as in um, sort of sensing and reading the Parator, um, and of course
I
Garen.
made him my bitch.
And actually, because
Oh,
of the fact that we all sort of serve purpose, I'm going to say to give yourselves 5 purpose points as well.
all
Um,
right. I haven't gotten purpose points since the game started.
yeah. So I feel like we all, sort of um, served the personal purposes of each of our characters. Garen spoke up for the resistance as well as trying to reach out to Exodus and preserving the ways of the Jedi, trying to provide guidance for that, and Ator sort of following her own personal purpose of investigating the planet, sort of feeling the Force and following sort of the guidance, the will of the Force, and trying to serve it in her own way, and um, protecting her friends, in every interaction that came along, and then Exodus as well, sort of the reluctant hero. He's there to came there to get paid, got paid, and sort of stuck with the group. Really, kind of beyond the call of his own personal agendas. So yeah, really really good all the way around.
Good jamming today.
Thank you.
Yeah. And by the way, for the purpose points I remember at the beginning of the game, that was the only time we ever got any purpose points.
Hmm.
We could spend that on XP or money.
Hmm.
But now that the initial character sheet setup is done,
Hmm.
uh, and the game's been going on, now we use purpose points specifically for um, uh, reputation, right? Something like that for having to do with the what the hell is it called? The resistance
Well,
kind of thing.
purpose. I created the purpose system to be flexible in that regard. That's why I didn't just make it the duty system or the shoot. What's the other one? The obligation system or something like that.
Yeah, I thought you were using it as like a kind of a reputation kind of thing. I thought.
Kind of, but it's flexible in that I will say that you can use it for additional experience if that's the way you choose to invest it. It's serving the purpose of your character can be character development as well. Or you can use it for influence within an organization that um, makes sense for your character. Okay, so like for Garen, I could use those purpose points toward resistance resources that could aid us, right? Or I can use it for experiences, him serving his personal sort of thing. For Ator, because you're loosely affiliated with the resistance, you're technically still affiliated. You're kind of basically a resistance recruit. So you could use it, again for that similar sort of thing. Um, with Ator, it's a little tough because she's kind of really unaffiliated with anyone directly or with anyone else really. She's just kind of serves herself.
She's affiliated with the Force,
Right. And I you know
that's why I was wondering if like
I will I
I'm
will
kind of
say
hesitant to want to use it as XP because that's narratively they would make sense mostly for her to use it as XP only.
Um,
But if
Another
so,
option you
that's
have. So actually, I'm glad you said something. Bringing or brought up as far as like being a, you know, what do you call it? A servant of the Force, essentially, is um, serving the will of the Force. You could say that those purpose points could be used for providence of the Force. So as you're serving your purpose as a servant of the will of the Force sort of provides for you. Um, so you could use it in that way as well, as far as like resources, essentially.
okay. Okay, that seems more interesting.
So
Because that's why I'm kind of hesitant to want to even be able to for the allowance of turning it into XP at this point, because narratively it would make most sense for her to just specifically turn into XP for force power.
right,
Um,
yeah. So
and
if
not
you
not
if you want
anything
to,
else, but specifically
yeah,
for force.
if you want to keep it that way, then if you want to keep it as far as like using it more like as far as the will of the Force sort of providing for you, then we can move that direction with it from a more narrative standpoint. And
No, I like the concept though. Like that's what she like. That would be the way that would work narratively for her. If it can't be used as XP, that would be make the gameplay more interesting.
mm, no,
Because it would be forced to use it as something else, like the force giving us advantages or something like that.
right, yeah.
Or being able to, or just being forced to use it in the alliance kind of stuff.
hmm
Either way,
Um, you know,
as reputation.
honestly, I think you've got a good point that we're getting XP as rewards for what we're doing. Like we're getting the experience the character gained from what we're doing within the game. Like as far as like that is a direct reward of experience. So the purpose
Yeah.
points we will dedicate more to narratively a purpose that you serve. So Matt, for Exodus, you could say that those purpose points could be invested for something back with your crew back at your shop
Right.
on I always forget your planet's name. Um,
Brental for.
Brental 4, yeah, yeah. So you could use it for say resources that you've been needing for something. You know what I mean? That
Right.
go toward that. Um, so yeah. Um, uh, do you guys want to go ahead and hang out and invest experience now, or do you want to kind of pause it here with the experience and invest the experience at the beginning of the next session? Um,
So where are we at uh in the game here? Do we land? Are we on the way there? How
we
far is
we
it? Like
just
trying to
landed.
figure out exactly how much time we're spending on the ship. Because if it's a short trip, um, then we like the most appropriate time might just be to once we've landed and had a night's sleep or something.
Okay. Yeah. So
But uh, but
narrative.
if there's time on the ship, then maybe I could just have her meditate on the ship and
No, it's a
spend the.
relatively short. It's like a 20-minute flight, we'll say, because um it's within the same territory, the same country basically. So it's just it's an airplane flight, I guess you could say, and not a long one, And so, like I said, it's like a 20-minute flight, and then we land and we if you guys are agreeable as far as the narrative goes, we can you know say that we were greeted and led to our sort of quarters there at the retreat. We can. It's however you guys want to do it. Do you want to do it that we just landed and we're just like that's where we're at, like we just sat down and that the ground crews are seeing to our ships, or do you want to do it that we've landed and
I
we
would think it
proceed?
would be up to the GM really, because it depends on whether or not the GM wants us to have some kind of significant greet when we get there, or if it's just you know a generalized greet that
At this point, it's just a
nothing
general.
suspenseful.
It's nothing suspenseful at this point. It's just a generalized greeting from the facility staff. Sort of, you know, telling us some of the facilities that are of use there at the retreat, and leading us to our personal suites there. And we've all been given each of us an individual personal suite. So we don't have to bunk up or anything. We kind of get our own rooms, and of course they're nice. It's a nice facility, nice rooms.
Okay, that works. Then we can just end it on that, right? Sound
Yeah.
good to you, Matt?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
All right.
So do you want to invest the experience now, or do you want to wait till the beginning of the next session?
I'll go and look at it now at least. So we get 30. You said 35 XP.
35 XP each, yes. So I've already
Alright.
added it to my available, and I've got to figure out, because I've got a few different routes I've been considering going. Oh man.
Pardon me.
It's 25 points to purchase a specialization, a second specialization outside of your career, right?
Sorry, what was that?
It's 25 points to purchase a second specialization outside of your career, right?
30.
It's 30? Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's 10 points per amount that you're going to 10 points times the amount that you will have of trees to choose from.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's a second one, that's 20 points. If it's a third one, that's 30 points.
Right.
And then on top of that, another 10 points if it's outside of one of those um, uh, uh, careers.
Right.
It's a different career also.
Right.
So if it's your second one, it'll cost you 20 if it's within your career, if it's just a
30
different
outside of it.
specialization in that career. If it's outside of the career, it's 30 points for a second one.
Right.
So if it was your third one and it was in a different career from either of the first two, then it would be 40 points.
Right.
You considering getting a new one? Was it outside of your career?
Yeah.
Oh, Sentry. Oh,
Because this is the one that has a lot of stuff I've been wanting to get. Like, for one, eventually I can work my way down to saber
looks like
throw.
it's all combat oriented.
Well, yeah, but there's also uncanny reactions, sleight of mind. There's stuff I can use for like stealth stuff too, which is interesting.
Okay, cool.
But then it's also got where is it? It's also got saber throw, improved saber throw, and improved reflect eventually.
That's right. That's right. Improved saber.
Plus dodge, plus frickin' I can get 2 more ranks in reflect before improved reflect. Plus toughened, plus 2 ranks in grit. Like, there's a lot of good stuff for the way my character built is. Our character is sort of geared. So I was really happy when I found this tree, because it was like not only abilities that I wanted to have for my character as far as like the saber throw and improved reflect, but also like the additional ranks in grit, adding more to my strain threshold with how much I use reflect. Like it makes a lot of sense. My character is heavily geared toward willpower and willpower and strain basically. So, but I'm debating between doing that or taking my next steps to frickin' like getting to my force rank. Because if I go on my Naman disciple, if I invest my 50 points that I have right now, I can do improved center of being, and then I can get my force rating, which would give me 2 force die to work off of for stuff,
Oh dang.
which is really tempting in and of itself. So it's
Yeah, I
like,
thought this is what you were going for, the force rating there. That
yeah,
you're getting the.
and that's what I'm torn between because it's like I could either go all 50 here and hit my second force rating, which would be awesome. Um,
I thought that
or
was the only reason you got the center of being was so you can go towards force rating.
it is, yeah.
Because center of being and improved center of being doesn't really mean shit.
Yeah, take a center being maneuver until the beginning of the next turn. Attacks against this character increase their critical rating by 1 per rank of center of being. So it's, um, and that basically reduces the. I think it reduces the cost of a critical attack. Basically, is what that's supposed to do. I gotta double check on that, but or in Sentry, of course, if I took that 50 points, like I could use the 30 to buy it, and I have 20 left over, and I could go frickin' um, reflect at the top, grid at the top, and then, either do, uh,
I would definitely get toughened also. +2 wound threshold. Jeez. Just for 5 points.
I know.
That's epic.
Yeah, I could probably do toughen, grit, and then probably the reflect, the ten for reflect there.
I have 3 things where I can put points into grit for 5 points each. Just 1 strain threshold each one, but I'm not really concerned with that. I haven't really had any issues with strain that much.
Well, yeah, it's because you don't really
Because I
do.
don't have reflect.
Yeah.
Or do I? I don't have reflect on.
No, you don't have reflect.
I have parry, but I don't have reflect.
I didn't know you had
I don't even have parry actually.
I didn't know he had a thing with 2 force rating upgrades. Look at.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's one of the reasons why I got this.
Yep.
Because she's it really works for a narrative of being even greater with the force.
Mm-hmm. I think.
And I mean that's for that's character wise, and then narratively, this character sheet right here is a lot more fun. If you look at all the stuff that I'm getting, so I'm gonna go for this other force rating here too. So I'm gonna have force as my ally and natural mystic also, and eventually, oh my gosh, sense danger. I don't have a point in that. I have sense advantage. Oh fuck! Wait, I thought I put it. Oh fuck. Okay, wrong thing.
Whoops. Well, if you
That's
want
weird.
to.
Well, that's what happens when we go so long without playing. I don't remember what the play. I thought I saw a check mark there though, but I had this moved over here, so it was like the
Dude,
sheet in general was covered. So I'm not sure what the
I'm
hell I was
totally
thinking.
jealous of that forces my ally frickin' ability. Frickin' once per session may suffer 2 strain to perform a force power as a maneuver. That's so cool. I mean, it's only once per session, but that's still so
but it's
great.
just once per session. But yeah.
Now, is a session
If I had
a
that this
combat?
session, I would have used it to and switched to my lightsabers instead of going behind the car.
A session is like a whole gameplay, like we just did. So it's not just
Today.
Yeah.
Today is one session.
Yeah. So it's not once per combat round. It's not once per it's once per like gameplay basically. So yeah,
okay.
Once per day basically.
Well, I mean, it's not too bad. That use of the sense danger there kind of makes up for not using the sense advantage.
Right.
Plus, I have keen-eyed, which I didn't realize. Because it was a perception check that was there. And
Hmm.
trying to remember what that was. I think it was a perception check. I have a point and a keen-eyed, so it's not that big of a change.
Dude, this is gonna be insane once I get enough experience to invest in like freaking Sentry and everything too. Like, if I get one more deal in Reflect here, that's gonna be able to let's see, two. So that'll be 5 damage right there, just off of Naman Disciple. 6, 7 in Sentry, and then improved Reflect when performing, when reflecting a hit that generated Despair or threat, 3 threat.
Or 3 threat, yeah.
May hit one target in medium range with the same damage as the initial hit. So, which I don't know if improved Reflect. I gotta find out if that. No, because it's in Reflect, not improved Reflect. So, but that's interesting that if it generates three threat, that basically it's reflecting it back at the enemy. I love that. That's totally what one of my favorite, like it's one of my favorite things in Star Wars is reflecting blaster bolts
I
back
love
at
it
enemies.
too.
But still, like with all the ranks in Reflect I can get off of everything, I'll be able to reflect 1, 2, 3.
You remember my favorite move was basically reflecting. That was basically like an improved reflect.
Yeah.
What was that Star Wars game that we played?
Is Jedi Power Battles.
Yeah, it was that was my favorite move was let go of the lightsaber completely and just flies around you, reflects everything.
Yeah, it was when you
Because
were Mace
that was
Windu.
like a combo of 2 things I love.
Right.
One is moving the lightsaber without holding it. The other thing is reflecting the beams,
Right.
reflecting the blaster shots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
So
I
I
can.
got 45 points here to spend, or I got 45 points picked out. So I got that
Dude.
Forces My Ally and Natural Mystic. I just got to stand.
So I'll be able to, if I get all my ranks in Reflect, I'll be able to, with 3 strain, eliminate 7 damage off of that, plus my 3 soak value. So I'll be able to negate 10 damage if I buy all the ranks in Reflect. That's crazy cool. Of course, the other thing though is parry, which I'm only gonna have.
Now I have 5 points left.
Bummer. I'll only be able to negate 8 damage between soak and parry once I buy all the, because I don't have parry in
Lady,
Sentry
shut
at
up.
all. But that's okay.
Yeah, all my stuff is gonna be. Well, I have primarily defensive
Lady,
stuff.
shut up.
It's gonna be
Lay
mainly
down.
based on my
Lay down.
my lightsaber.
Lay.
Once I upgrade them, well, once
Shut
I
up.
upgrade the one I have and get the one I don't have.
Shut up.
Get the one I'm going for.
Right. I think. I need to end the stream actually because we're not doing anything narratively right now. So.
Oh, that's funny.
Hang on, let me end the stream. All right. So thanks for watching, whoever's watched or is watching after the fact or whatever. Thank you very much for joining us. Hope you had fun following our own little Star Wars story here, and hope to see y'all next time.